Do you know what we're here for?
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, man!
Come on! What?
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the rich way, man.
I'm staying in the race.
What you talking about?
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Right of the Second Amendment?
Your name, please?
Play.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
What now?
Jesus, I say that.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, can't get fooled again.
Oh, never occurred to me. Interesting. It's just crazy enough to work, yeah.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
It's science.
I see that you know your judo.
Facebook, Zuckerberg.
China. I have to have my China. China.
Winter is coming.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
Give me a joke.
Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
Cow.
Your name, please?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
A fucking bitch.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious,
Eddie Schmedekin. So hot right now.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. He looks good, and he looks good, and he looks good, and he looks hard.
That's hot.
Break now.
Well, here we are once again, floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot for us to talk about here on this Sunday Fun Day, so I suppose we're going to get right to it. As always, don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, space fams. These little intergalactic journey of ours often get dangerous. All right, great to see the space fams on this Sunday. I feel like I just saw you. Well, that's right. We just saw each other moments ago on the first stream of the day. Time for number 2. This one's the Sunday Fun Day stream. Will be the same as all Sunday Fun Day streams, attempting to push the envelope of valuetainment, covering a myriad of topics. That was quite a debate, though. For those of you that were here for the Mehdi Hassan versus 20 fascists Jubilee debacle was pretty crazy. We did cover it, Donald, and there's an entire live stream dedicated to it, and I'm shocked that you missed it. I'm shocked. It's available, though. It took us 3.5 hours, I think, to get through the whole thing. It took me slightly longer than I was expecting. I started, maybe it was 3 hours. It took a while. It took us quite a while. Now we got an entire Sunday Fun Day stream to try and get through. So much stuff here for us to do. Started off in that usual place many of us are familiar with. Liberty, justice for some, and something about pursuit of happiness, I think, was in there too. That's right, the United States.
So hot right now.
Boy, it's been a weird week. We're gonna try and pretend like it hasn't been a weird week for one evening, one portion of one evening / morning. My God, though, so much stuff has been happening. How do we make sense of it all? How do we decompress after this crazy week of ours and the beginning of another? Honestly, this first video we're going to start is, honestly, I think the visual medium used by this prankster artist, I'm not sure what to call him. It's how I feel on the inside most days. A horrifying display on a LA bus caused concern from the public.
Disturbing hoax gone too far. Deputies in San Bernardino County have arrested a Victorville man.
I forgot.
Illegal.
Forgot. We're not doing Jubilee anymore. We can stop trying to obscure the screen. We never named the alien. We never named that alien. We were going to, but we didn't.
After a morbid teddy bear horror prop was found at a gas station. The teddy bear was ultimately determined to be a horror prop used in haunted houses made of latex and looks like human remains wrapped in skin.
Oh my God. It is disturbing. This shit is so disturbing.
Haunted houses made of latex and looks like...
This is ridiculous!
Now, this man has been arrested for putting these on the bus. I'm not sure if the charges are going to stick, but this is how I feel on the inside. Oh my God, this shit is horrifying. If I saw this on the bus, I would be freaked out. If I saw this anywhere, I would be disturbed. This is serial killer level stuff right here. What this is. Yeah, it's been a horrifying week, people. Donald Trump hasn't been having a great week either, with everything going on. The Epstein files. It's been really causing him a headache. We're going to get started off with that. This was from earlier this week. Donald Trump asked whether or not Pam Bondi had told him he was in the Epstein files.
I don't want reality.
Mr. President, your daughter-in-law said that there should be transparency in the Epstein case. Do you agree with her, sir?
The Attorney General's handled that very well.
Great job, Pam.
She's really done a very good job, and I think that when you look at it, you'll understand that.
Yeah, when you look at it,
you'll
see
that also.
You'll see how great Pam.
The Attorney General, the credibility is very important.
You'll see Pam did a fantastic job. People are blaming her for a lot of stuff, but really, she is great. Great job, Pam. Round of applause.
And you want credible evidence for something like that.
Credible stuff.
And I think the Attorney General has handled it very well.
Did she tell you, what did she tell you about the review? And specifically, did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the
No, she's given us just a very quick briefing. And in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen, and I would say that, these files were made up by Comey they were made up by Obama, they were made up by the Biden.
The Obama-Biden-Comey syndicate created the Epstein files to make me look bad, because I appear in them a lot of times. Very non-credible stuff in there, aside from the other stuff that people say is in there. That's all real, but...
we went through years of that with the Russia. With
Epstein,
all of the different things
Epstein.
that we had to go through. We've gone through years of it. But she's handled it very well, and it's going to be up to her. Whatever she thinks is credible.
Whatever she thinks is credible. None of the stuff with me in there, that's all not good. It's all very bad. All the stuff with me, that's all fake. Non-credible, no evidence. But Pam, she's got a great list. You will see how good the list is. Pam's a great job, Pam. Great job, Pam. There's a floating head for a second there. What is going on? All right. Well, we are going to stay on this topic for a little bit here. I want to remind everybody that we are still woefully short the money needed to pay for the August bills. We got a galactic deficit financing goal, as you can see in your lower left-hand corner. Just look down there. That is it. The galactic deficit, 28 of 375. And honestly, if 10% of the people who subscribe to this stream donated just a few dollars, or if everyone donated 33 cents on Cash App, PayPal, or started a new Patreon membership, that'd be solved immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner. All right, let's go here. Now, a lot of people have been saying, release the files, including lawmakers in Congress. Here's Forbes breaking news from 22 hours ago.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the resolution was voted down by the Republicans last night, so let's speak the truth, because there are two Americas right now. In their America, billionaires can buy silence, sweep crimes under the rug, and count on friends in high places to protect them. In our America, if you break the law, you're held accountable, period. In their America, wealth and power buy secrecy. In our America, justice demands sunlight and truth. In their America, underage girls are treated like disposable property by predators who believe they will never face consequences. And in our America, victims deserve justice, and the predators should face the full weight of the law. And time again, this administration has chosen them, the billionaires, the elite, the people who think children are theirs to exploit over us, the American people. And time again, they've looked into the cameras and promised the American people, we will release the Epstein files.
Immediately, if not sooner.
We've heard it over and over again. We'll tell you the truth. But when the moment of truth comes, they slam the door shut. Why? Because their loyalty is not to justice. It's about protecting the rich and famous and powerful, no matter how monstrous their crimes are. Meanwhile, Republicans in this chamber are working overtime to gut health care for 17 million Americans, to rip food off of families' tables, and to kill good-paying jobs for this so-called big ugly bill. But when it comes to exposing powerful predators who preyed on underage girls, suddenly they got nothing to say.
Not going to do it.
That's because
Wouldn't be
they think
prudent
there's
at this
one set of
juncture.
rules for billionaires and another for the rest of us. They think the American people will forget, that we'll stop asking questions, that we'll let them keep secrets. But let me be crystal clear. This is not about partisanship. This is about people.
Yeah, it's about the people. People want the Epstein files released. Look at the polls. They're overwhelming. Everybody feels that the Trump administration is not doing what it said it was going to do. Everybody wants those files released, and yet they continue to pretend like they don't have them anymore. Oh, we had the files. They were on Pam Bondi's desk. Then they got mixed in with the RFK, JFK, MLK assassination files, and now we can't find them. They disappeared. Where did they go? We can't find them anymore. They're gone.
And I think that there's a sense of like a clear story of a group of elite people that are getting away with the worst crimes that could have ever been done, and that there's a cover-up. And if Trump's participating in that cover-up, it's bad for his brand. That's my contention.
Yeah, I think that's and if it gets bad enough, then he has to blame somebody. And that's really where this could have value. It's not going to, I don't think it's going to scare any voters away from Trump. But I do think that it could create pressure on him enough where he would be worried about that, where he has to throw somebody under the bus, which could be really inconvenient. But even the problem with throwing her on the bus on some level, though, is that there's clearly something there. And I don't know how they satisfy the desire for it other than like, I don't know, he starts a war. But here is Ron. I mean, honestly, like at one point, he'll do something to change the narrative. But here is Ron Wyden, the Senate Finance Committee. This is fascinating stuff because there is an element to this Epstein stuff that is not as sexy in some respects, literally, but like, or rapey, but it speaks illegal to the more the elite stuff. Like, how did this guy amass his money? What was going on? How did this dude who was a substitute teacher end up hobnobbing with all these people? It wasn't his talent or his conversation skills. There was something else going on. Here is Ron Wyden on the Senate Finance Committee yesterday.
Last year, the Biden administration allowed our investigators to look at portions of the file. We did that at the Treasury building. Here is what it says. Treasury's Epstein file details, Mr. President, 4,725 wire transfers. Let me repeat that.
That's
4,725 wire transfers, adding up to nearly $1.1 billion flowing in and out of just one of Mr. Epstein's bank accounts.
Wow.
If you ask me,
that's a lot.
That is
it's insane. Over $1 billion in wire transfers? That is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
And 4,000 potential lines of investigation right there. Hundreds of millions more flowed through other accounts. That's even a lot more to investigate. The file shows that Mr. Epstein used multiple Russian banks, which are now under sanctions, to process payments related to sex trafficking.
I imagine those banks were also used for a lot of other things too. It really does raise questions. I think, but just my experience is always just sort of like, they are usually hiding something other than what people think it is in these situations. And that the exposure is to other things that we're not supposed to see. And Besant has apparently been stonewalling a lot of these questions for a while about the finances. And I mean, who knows where the next sort of like break in the dam is going to be.
It's interesting that Wyden is the guy doing this because his father, Peter Wyden, was a journalist with really good sources. He wrote one of the first good exposés on the CIA's involvement with the Bay of Pigs planning and fiasco. So if there's somebody who has sources on the Democratic side of the aisle, it would be, I think, Wyden.
And things like, I mean, some of the Times writes here, some of the Epstein money transfers disclosed in the report from JP Morgan Chase involved accounts at 2 Russian banks before those institutions were subjected to U.S. sanctions. A few transactions red flag were for as much as $100 million.
Jesus Christ.
And it's interesting that Wyden would be on that given his background because of, you know, the claims about intelligence and things like that. But we still don't even know how Epstein made his fortune. He went from high school teacher to a guy that was responsible for basically billions of dollars in transactions, and he was managing the money for one particular person for around, what, 20 to 30 years?
An enigma.
It's the American dream.
Yeah.
Real gamin.
There's another wonderful secret.
The bootstraps guy.
Real gamin.
The secrets we will share.
I'm going to trust my friends in the government.
Hey, for weeks, all we've heard is how Trump's big, beautiful bill will cut Medicaid. But almost no one's reporting on a buried provision that would make Trump untouchable.
Yeah. Okay. All right, we're not going to stay on this for too long. Mostly because that's not Sunday Fun Day. That's not fun. I mean, this is a discussion about horrifying things when you really break it down. Even if it hurts Donald Trump, it's still terrible that any of this really happened. Second to last one? Yeah.
Jeffrey Epstein's ex-girlfriend speaking out tonight.
Yeah, CNN had Jeffrey Epstein's ex-girlfriend on for an interview, and she described an interaction that she had with Donald Trump in the past.
Jeffrey Epstein's ex-girlfriend speaking out tonight. Stacy Williams, a former Sports Illustrated model who dated Epstein in the early 90s, has spent time with both Epstein and Donald Trump together. In one disturbing alleged incident, which Williams went public with last year before the presidential election, Williams says Trump groped her in front of Epstein at Trump Tower in 1993. Here's what she told our Sunland Serfati when she first broke her silence.
The second he was in front of me, he pulled me into him, and his hands were just on me and didn't come off. Then the hands started moving, and they were on the, on the side of my breasts, on my hips, back down to my butt, back up, sort of. Then, they were just on me the whole time. And I froze.
Williams also claimed that Epstein and Trump looked at each other and smiled during the alleged incident, which Williams says she now believes was coordinated and, quote, some kind of weird, twisted game. Trump denied Williams's allegations through his campaign at the time, which said in part, quote, it's obvious this fake story was contrived by Kamala Harris's campaign. And Stacy Williams is out front now to speak out for the first time since the uproar over Trump's handling of the Epstein case. Stacy, thank you so much for joining.
Oh, nasty Kamala. Kamala made the Epstein files.
Over Trump's handling of the Epstein case. Stacy.
It's pretty ridiculous that every time that they have no excuse for something, they just blame the Democrats. It's like the Democrats did it. Okay, they made this up. I have no other response to this.
Thank you so much for joining us tonight. As you know, Epstein is dominating the news once again, and his relationship with Trump is under scrutiny. While you were dating Epstein, can you tell us how close these two men were?
They were best friends. You know, I dated Jeffrey for a period of more or less, I think about 4 or 5 months. And the only friend that he would mention every time we saw each other or had a phone conversation was Donald. And he would share a lot of anecdotes. I have plenty of anecdotes. And yeah, they were very close, and they were up to no good.
And how did Epstein talk about Trump? Sort of what was the quality of those anecdotes and how he described him?
Well, there was a time when he mentioned that he had to check in on him because he was unwell and very upset about something that had happened. I remember because he was late to pick me up and he was explaining why he was late. They were just, you know, it was such a long time ago, but it was just that was his bro, that was his wingman. It was clearly, I'd hear about Ghislaine and I'd hear about Jeffrey. And I met Ghislaine in his house. She would come wafting in and out, the home in New York. So he was clearly just someone that he talked about all the time. And again, you know, I met Jeffrey the second time and we started dating based on the reintroduction that happened at the Plaza Hotel at a Christmas party in 1992 that Donald Trump threw. And they were very, very close.
So let's talk about this incident, alleged incident in 1993, where you say that Trump groped you in front of Epstein. I do want to note that CNN has spoken to 3 friends of yours who confirmed that you told them about this alleged incident over past decades. Can you tell me more about what happened that day and particularly how Trump and Epstein interacted?
Yeah, and before I get into the details of what happened, which, you know, obviously I told you guys and I've shared with multiple outlets, the specifics of the assault that happened, I want to point out that I was polygraphed before I did all this by one of the most renowned examiners in the world. Michael Wolff has hundreds of hours of interviews with Jeffrey Epstein where Jeffrey confirmed to Michael what the 2 of them did to me long before I came out and told you all of this. So those are 2 critical data points that you need to have, and now I'll walk you through what happened. I was dating Jeffrey. He was always talking about Donald. It was his bestie and everything. And he was joking about how Donald thought I was hot and Donald thinks I'm this or whatever, you know, wants to talk to you. And he was telling me this as we were taking a walk down Fifth Avenue one day. And he said, let's stop in and see him at his offices. So we went up to his office in Trump Tower. And within a couple of minutes, Donald was outside of his door. And his hands were all over me. They were on my breasts, they were on my butt, they were on, you know, my hips, up and down, while the 2 of them just kept having a normal conversation.
Jesus Christ.
I don't remember exactly what was in the conversation. Again, this was, you know, we're talking 90, this is 93 now.
Just grab him by the whatever. And that sounds completely meditated. Like Epstein called Trump ahead of time. It's like, hey, I'm gonna bring whatever, you know. I'm trying to think of how he would refer to somebody that he would treat in this way. But yeah, like this, oh my God. This is disturbing.
It was something about, it was irrelevant. It was like, oh, Stacy's career's on fire. She just did Sports Illustrated again, you know, blah, 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 blah. And they were back and forth, smiling and grinning and carrying on a conversation while Donald ran his hands all over me. And, you know, when that happens in broad daylight in someone's office and an assistant's walking back and forth,
this is
you're in shock.
ridiculous.
If it happens in a dark alleyway, right, you defend yourself. But when it's hidden in its brazenness like that, which is Donald Trump's forte, you know, you go into shock. So I froze, and it was over and very quickly. It was a few minutes, and then we got back in the elevator, and Jeffrey's energy had changed. He was like seething. He was enraged. He wouldn't make eye contact with me. And then we got out on the street on Fifth Avenue, And he looked at me and he just started yelling at me, saying, why did you let him do that? And he was so enraged. And then I remember thinking, like, why did I? I felt like I was coming back into my body at that moment. And I was confused. So that's the story of the assault.
And I do just want to note, Stacy.
Wow. That is a wild reaction. Rather than, I don't know. If Epstein had, it's weird to think about trying to do it from this angle, but like, if Epstein had cared, he should have said something to Donald Trump, his best friend. Why did you let my best friend do that to you? It's like, dude, that's your best friend. Why'd you let him do that to her?
Trump has denied these allegations, which you are well aware of, and I know at times.
Honestly, if anything, it's a mind game, right? There's no way that I feel like he was just doing it to torture her and just make her feel bad, right? I don't think I'm off base with that. I think that honestly lines up with his MO. You know, just sort of. What's the word? Degrade people, like, you know, just like, and to then put, you know, reverse victim and an abuser, right?
You've referenced videos which we have not confirmed the existence of, but I know that you felt that this was coordinated later when you looked back on it. What was it that made you draw that conclusion? Well,
I was sort of known in the industry for being somewhat combative with, you know, photographers who would expose themselves or do inappropriate things, or even guys who would touch or harass on the streets. And Jeffrey was aware of that. And I think he was excited. I think the gist in my mind, given what he knew and the way it played out, was, hey, you know, I'm going to deliver this person to you who's actually not going to let you get away with what you do. And I did, because I froze.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say what was in the mind of Jeffrey Epstein, but I think what's important about this story is really the conduct of the fucking president. All right. Almost done talking Epstein. I know it's a tough one. I figured we just get it out of the way. Get this one out of the way. We gotta, I mean, every Sunday Funday, we have to still cover the news to some degree. And some of it's not fun. It's not a guaranteed 100% valuetainment rate. We've talked about this in the past, chat. You know, depending on the Sunday, you know, it varies greatly percentage of valuetainment to atrocities. Today, I think we can beat like 60%. I think we can get over a 60% number. Maybe.
What the hell?
What?
Now they're saying there was never a list.
What list?
Epstein's list.
Oh, no, I'm pretty sure there's a list. I mean, everyone's been talking about it.
Apparently, they changed their minds.
Who?
All the people who was saying there was a list and other incriminating evidence. Now they're saying none of that ever existed.
Guys. What?
If the government says there's no list, but they've been saying there's a list this whole time, so which is it?
Oh,
you know?
what? You're perfect? Oh, you never made a mistake before.
Yeah, but they just sounded so much more confident before. Like, I actually believed them when they said there was a list. It's like now, like, try harder.
I agree. Yeah, it all sounds a little weird now. Like, all of a sudden they changed their minds for nefarious reasons.
I think you guys are sounding a little bit out there. Do you want me to get some tinfoil for your heads?
I don't know. Have you talked to one person who doesn't think this sounds a little fishy?
Not a one. No, everyone I've ever met, even strangers, think there's something up with this.
What's next? You're gonna tell me you think he didn't kill himself?
Do you?
No.
Yeah, me neither.
Guys, I don't want to be insulting here, but you both are sounding crazy.
It just seems so obvious, though.
Like,
I feel like it's Like, what are we even talking about here? Okay, let's just change the subject.
Okay, what should we talk about?
Did you guys see the latest polo match?
What is a polo? The shirt.
Hey, did you ever notice how when poor people do something wrong, the book gets thrown at them, but when the wealthy do some unimaginable evil, nothing happens?
You want to hear something else crazy? You ever notice how you sound
Frickin' pathetic right now?
What? Why?
This is class warfare.
How so?
Oh, you think the wealthy and powerful can just snap their fingers and make a list disappear? Oh, you think that? That's what you think, really?
Yeah.
It's just not possible! You guys are sounding kooky.
Hey, man, can I ask you a question if you promise you won't be offended?
Oh, I don't know. Is it a question from the planet Earth?
Were you ever on a flight with Jeffrey Epstein? I was just about to ask that.
Okay, first off, you asking me that makes me think your brain is made of scrambled eggs. Okay.
Scrambled egg brain. There we go. Julie Nolke. Yeah, pointing out the inconsistency here on multiple fronts. Bring a little Canadian comedy to the galaxy. All right. Let's move on. Let's move on from the Epstein files. Let's move on. We're probably going to be bombarded with plenty more of that this week. Let's go. Let's talk about this one. Donald Trump earlier this week decided to make America healthy again. He claimed that Coke has agreed to switch to cane sugar from corn syrup for some reason, even though it's not actually healthier.
Amid the crisis in the Middle East, the Epstein controversy, and drama at the Federal Reserve this week, President Trump also pushed Coke into the political spotlight. The president wants its sweetener switched. CBS's Allie Bauman has details on the plan and the pushback. Allie, good evening.
Good evening, Nancy. Coca-Cola is the #1 selling soda in the U.S., and for about 40 years, the company has used high fructose corn syrup. Now, President Trump wants to change that.
Coca-Cola has long claimed it's the real thing.
Can't beat the real thing.
What I'd like to know is, where are all those conservatives who are upset over Bud Light putting a trans person on the can? That was a private business decision. Now the president is telling them what to do? If Joe Biden told Coca-Cola what to do to change some ingredient in their beverages, I think they would have lost their mind. They would have done another Jan 6th. There would have been 2 Jan 6ths. First one would have been the Coke. The second one would have been the election.
In the 1980s, the Atlanta-based company changed its secret recipe in the U.S., switching from cane sugar to high fructose corn syrup, a cheaper alternative.
I definitely think that cane sugar tastes a little better.
This week, President Trump, a fan of the soda, announced Coca-Cola agreed to go back to using real cane sugar in its signature drink, like manufacturers still do in Mexico. Coke, for its part, has not confirmed any change.
Yeah.
I don't think it's feasible.
Yeah, and as it turns out, Coke isn't doing that. And it would make things much more expensive. We would have to import all of that sugar, by the way. You know, we don't have to go find the corn syrup. We're already making a shit ton of corn here. But most sugar comes from outside of the United States. Almost all, I think. But yeah, maybe you're enjoying the summer right now or trying to enjoy it. Get a frozen Coke. Cool off. Maybe go out, do some fun summer things like people are doing in Orange County, California.
Okay, here we are. Here we go. It's that time of year. Can you smell the fried Oreos? It's opening weekend at the Orange County Fair.
And the theme this year, find your happy.
Simply put, I like that. And there is so much there to do that. So KTLA's very own fair fanatic, Erin Myers, live for us in Costa Mesa, where the fair opens its doors today.
Look at that.
At 11 a.m. That's a pretty fast merry-go-round there.
It just said the same thing.
I'm thinking of like my 2-year-old on
That is
it.
the first thing.
Yeah.
Did they speed it up
Yes,
for you?
ladies, that's one of the first things I said. I was like, this is a fast carousel. Yes, it is very quick, and this is a beautiful horse. I wanted to ride the tiger, as I am the crazy cat lady, but it doesn't go up and down, so I'm riding the beautiful horse instead. This is just one of about 60-plus rides you can check out here at the OC Fair. It is opening weekend, the 135th year. There's a lot to do, and you will find you're happy. I want to bring in Terry Moore to talk to us more. Now, fill us in on the rides, first of all. We're on the carousel, which is very fast-paced here. What else do you have?
It's kind of good, right? So we have 4 new rides this year. One of them is Aviator. It's a giant vertical ride. It spins you around. We also have Soundstorm, and we have another fair.
Sounds pretty sweet. Sounds pretty sweet. Maybe get your fair action on if you're in the Orange County area, as that is open officially as of this weekend. That seems like a summer fun type of thing to do. Now, some people are still celebrating Pride, even though Pride Month is technically over. Rochester, New York. News 8 Rock. One day ago, 20,000 people lined the streets for Pride. It's a lot. It's a lot of people.
That's too much, man! Good evening. Thank you for joining us. I'm Isabel Garcia. It's been a Saturday full of color, community, and celebration in downtown Rochester as thousands came together for the annual Pride Parade and Festival. But beyond the music and rainbow flags, this year's event carried a message of resilience and unity. News 8's Gio Battaglia takes us to the heart of the celebration.
In a vibrant celebration of love, identity, and unity, thousands lined the streets of downtown Rochester this weekend for the annual Pride Parade and Festival.
I look forward to our church participating in the Pride Parade every year to be allies, to celebrate the diversity in our community.
This year's theme, Rainbow Revolution, recognizes both how far the LGBTQ+ community has come and, as Grand Marshal Assemblymember Harry Bronson explains, the battle's still being fought.
We thought we had won the revolution, but we have not. And to be able to be Grand Marshal and be part of the parade allows me to celebrate, it allows me to be proud, and it allows me to be loud.
More than 200 groups and over 20,000 people lined the streets for the festival, including parade host Trillium Health.
There we go. People celebrating Pride this weekend in New York. Now, while we're on the subject of Pride, we should talk a symphony which has been written, which honors marriage equality. John and Jim is what it's called. This is a symphony celebrating the Obergefell decision and the relationship between the two men who that case surrounded. PBS NewsHour, who is no longer a government-funded public broadcaster. They're now completely private, essentially. I mean, all their funding has been gutted. You got the story from Wednesday.
10 years ago, marriage equality became the law of the land. In the landmark case Obergefell v. Hodges, the Supreme Court ruled that state bans on same-sex marriage violated the 14th Amendment.
Illegal.
Jeffrey Brown went to the Washington National Cathedral to see how a new symphonic piece honors the love story of plaintiff Jim Obergefell and his husband John, and how the fight to preserve that law continues today. It's part of our arts and culture series, Canvas.
Supreme Court cases don't usually engender a piece of symphonic music, but Obergefell v. Hodges was no ordinary case. And so the joyous and exuberant sounds of John and Jim.
There's what I've realized
for me, is the musical embodiment of champagne bubbles. And my late husband, John, loved champagne. So whenever I hear that section, it's really when I feel John the most.
Jim is Jim Obergefell. John was John Arthur, his longtime partner, diagnosed with ALS in 2011. In July 2013, as John was dying, they traveled to Maryland, a state that allowed gay marriage, to be wed. But Ohio, where they lived, banned same-sex marriages, and Jim learned he wouldn't be recognized as John's spouse upon his death.
We had to figure out where to go to do something millions of other people took for granted. But we made it happen.
Fighting that led to the court case, one that changed American life. Since then, nearly 600,000 gay and lesbian couples have wed, and a May poll showed 68% of Americans support marriage
It is a
equality.
pathetic number. The fact that, I mean, just to put into context here, that means that
Americans support marriage.
1 in 3 people in America do not support gay marriage. And it's ridiculous. How? In 2025, do 1 in 3 people think that this is unacceptable?
Equality. John and Jim was written by composer Viet Quang, originally for the Pride Band's Alliance, and first performed last summer in Ohio. At the cathedral, the National Orchestra Institute premiered a new symphonic version. For Quang, here with his husband Trevor Rudge, this was a very personal project.
I think the most important thing I wanted to show in the piece was love, because love is universal, and also humanize this Supreme Court decision that people know as Obergefell v. Hodges.
Humanize a Supreme Court decision.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. It's a legal thing, but you're making it.
Yeah, because it started
personal.
with their story. I didn't want to be apologetic about it being a love story between 2 men who loved each other.
You didn't want to be apologetic, meaning.
I didn't want to have a metaphor for the title or hide what it's about.
To thread that musical needle, Quang turned to an old wedding favorite, Pachelbel's Canon.
When I was young, I would play the bass line of the Pachelbel Canon on the piano, and I started to improvise melodies with the right hand on top of it. And that was how I started to compose music. And so it was around that time when I was a kid that I started to, grow up, and I realized I was gay. And I remember seeing on TV the Pachelbel Canon used for wedding music. And it made me sad that this music that I loved was like so emblematic of something that I felt was wrong with me and something that I could never have. Like, I could never be married in that way. And so in this piece, I call it interpolating the music.
Interpolating?
Yeah, kind of like rewriting it. In a way, I felt like I was kind of reframing that music and kind of reclaiming it.
Jim Obergefell.
Well, there we go. Little music appreciation for everybody here. Now, can't keep talking about beautiful music all straight. Gotta keep this thing moving. All right. Let's go here. AP Archive. Hold on. What's wrong with this? Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. Yes. AP Archive. 4 days ago. Quickly talk about Bayard Rustin. Political activist, civil rights, gay rights activism back in the 60s, I believe. Maybe even earlier.
Many know the 1963 March on Washington, where Dr. Martin Luther King gave his I Have a Dream speech. But what many people don't know is who was behind making it all possible. Bayard Rustin, the gay civil rights strategist, was the key architect behind the event. Drawing in a crowd of more than 250,000 people, Rustin was under immense pressure to pull off one of the largest protests in American history in less than 3 months. Throughout his life, Rustin constantly faced pushback because of his sexuality. His sexual orientation caused rifts within the predominantly black Christian-led movement, causing him to remain a driving force from behind the scenes. Now, a new digital archive from the Bayard Rustin Center for Social Justice aims to tell his full story, featuring photos, speeches, articles, and personal accounts from people who knew him and the work that he did. The announcement comes as the Associated Press digitizes rarely seen footage from its archives. The center hopes that...
Well, there we go. The AP archive of a little used station as such. I feel like we watch these videos all the time. The AP archive is apparently putting up an entire archive dedicated to Bayard Rustin and his legacy as a queer civil rights advocate. All being digitized for our edification. All right. Now, let's move on to talking about immigration. And I figured at least part of this discussion was worth listening to here today. This was on Slate. Jamel Bowie discussing the parallels between Donald Trump's administration, crackdown on immigrants and the Fugitive Slave Act. His use of the Alien Enemies Act and all of that sort of stuff wrapped up into all of this.
This podcast is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Fiscally responsible, financial geniuses, monetary...
I forgot about this. I forgot they have these... I forgot they have these freaking ads. Hold on. Let me get to the beginning of the show. Where does it actually start?
Made in Washington can affect your portfolio every day. But what policy changes should...
Jamel, do you believe the hype about history repeating itself?
I believe the aphorism from Mark Twain, I believe, that history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes.
Jamel Bowie is a columnist at the New York Times.
I'm skeptical of history repeating itself literally because the past is just a different place than the present, right? But there are certainly recurring forces and archetypes.
I called Jamel up because I've been noticing him draw parallels between what's going on in the U.S. right now and a totally different period of American history. Most people label this period of time antebellum, the decade or two right before the Civil War. Back then, the country was a loose coalition of states. About half of those states allowed slavery. The others didn't.
If you received a certain kind of education, you will hear something to the effect of the Civil War was fought over states' rights. And what's always been funny to me about that is it's true. But it's not necessarily true for the South. It is true for the North, because much of what was driving Northern discontent was they wanted to keep slavery out of their states. And so for the North, it's sort of like we want the states' right to keep slavery out.
Jamel says the year 1850 was a turning point, primarily because of a single law, the Fugitive Slave Act. It mandated that free states return runaway slaves, even incentivized those states to send free people into slavery.
It just practically speaking, it's what's happening with ICE, right? Like it's not actually all that different here. It is federal agents going into communities and snatching people on suspicion of being illegal and then whisking them away to detention centers where they may or may not be deported to places they've never even been. I said at the beginning of our conversation, I'm not one for history repeating itself in rhymes, but like as far as rhyme schemes go, this is a very simple one.
Oh, and one more
Absolutely.
thing. This law had consequences.
It completely inflamed things. It is simply one of the most important laws ever passed in American history, not because it's good, notoriously bad piece of legislation, but because of what it represented and what it did to the nation's politics to kind of force onto the rest of the country a set of policies, a set of approaches, a set of views about how the law should work on people who didn't want it.
Today on the show, Jamel says, America's been here before. The question is what will go differently.
Yeah, we are living in a very similar moment because right now we're doing the same thing. Is that, you know, some places that don't want this, this sort of ICE enforcement the way it's being done, are being ignored. We're having the National Guard called in on cities, cities that are like sanctuary cities that are supposed to be protecting immigrants are sort of objecting to these laws and the way they're being enforced. This is no states' rights there, right? Like the objection about the states' rights. It's definitely all parallels in here.
This time, I'm Mary Harris. You're listening to What Next? Stick around.
This podcast is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Do you ever think about switching insurance companies to see if you could save some cash?
This thing is
Progressive
loaded.
makes it easy.
This podcast was loaded with commercials. All right, screw it. We don't need this whole thing. Okay, gotta keep this moving. It started way later than I was expecting to. I don't know if anybody noticed when you clicked the link originally, but I had the time set up. I was like 10 o'clock. We'll be ready by 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock came and went. We didn't start the stream till 11:30 because of how long it took us to unpack that horrifying Jubilee debate. All right, let's keep talking immigration. This is at a rally in California. I think it was last weekend that this happened.
At the end of the day, we're not the violent ones. We're not the ones that showed up with military equipment yesterday and tear gas canisters and pointing guns at people. That wasn't us. That wasn't our... I brought you guys a gift. This is what they brought us yesterday. That is what they met us with yesterday. That is what they shot at us with yesterday. That is what we choked on yesterday. That was our tear gas that they hit us with. The rubber bullets that they hit us with multiple times throughout the day. There was multiple family members in that crowd yesterday that were just desperately trying to get a word of their friends and family inside that facility with no answers and just met with violence nonstop.
The Central Coast, which is San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, and Ventura County.
We're not the violent ones. All we want is peace, but we will fight for that peace every day, nonstop until we get it.
Here we go. Doves released at this anti-ICE rally in what I think was Los Angeles. Just felt like a good Sunday Funday story. People standing up for their rights, standing up for their communities. The Doves really did it for me, though. Here's a horrifying story. Probably the sort of person that they are trying to stand up for at these protests. One woman is searching for answers after her husband disappeared by federal agents in Irvine. Here's NBCLA from yesterday.
A woman wants answers after she says federal agents broke her car window in Irvine and then took her husband into custody without even showing a warrant.
NBC4 spoke to her on the phone, and she says this all happened near Executive Park and Main Street while she was on her way to work. She shared this video with us where you can see a group of masked men in Border Patrol outfits attempting to take that man into custody. The woman says she asked those men for identification, but they would not show anything to her, so she started recording the situation. She tells us that she and her husband came to the U.S. from Peru 2 years ago on political asylum. We reached out to Border Patrol as well as the Department of Homeland Security. We are still waiting to hear back.
Horrible. Horrible. Terrifying. Just minding their own business.
Now to Niagara Falls, where...
Minding their own business. This guy just gets disappeared. And now she has no idea where her husband is. All right. Let's go back talking about slavery really quickly. One Philadelphia artist is commemorating the Underground Railroad with an incredibly long walk. 850 miles, to be exact.
Now to Niagara Falls, where author Ken Johnston continues to walk the routes of the Underground Railroad. Johnston just did a hike from Texas into Mexico, and now he's here to complete a 15-day journey.
Hey, what's happening here?
From the Falls to Owen Sound, Ontario, which is the northernmost terminus of the Underground Railroad.
Some families lived on both sides of the border in this area for over 100 years. They may have been transnationals, and they lived on one side, then moved to the other side when things weren't safe for them, and then came back.
Now, there will be a 2 to 3 mile guided history walk tomorrow at the Niagara Falls Underground Railroad and Heritage Center. Then Ken will be off his 2-week journey to Owen Sound, Ontario, the site of the 163rd Emancipation Festival.
There we go. One man making an epic trip of historical significance. Touch grass, get connected with history simultaneously. I'm into it. I'm feeling it, buddy. All right. Let's go back to talking about immigration. If you have been thinking about, I don't know, taking a flight, maybe going on holiday vacation, perhaps to Mexico specifically, might wind up having some problems, as the Trump administration is imposing a new restriction on Mexican flights.
The Trump administration is putting in new restrictions on flights from Mexico. This is a live look at LAX, where it may come at a cost if you fly Delta Airlines or Aeromexico. These new travel sanctions are in response to travel restrictions Mexico put in place several years ago for U.S. flights into Mexico City. Mexico is the top foreign destination for Americans, with more than 40 million passengers flying there last year.
Wow, 40 million people last year. Well, sorry, but you might not want to do that this year, as it sounds like it's going to be a little complicated. Sanctions being put on Mexican flights by Donald Trump. Strange move, but you know, this is the world we live in right now. All right. Just want to remind everybody we were still running a galactic deficit. August looms in the near future, and we do not have the funds to keep the lights on here on the Galactic Space Station. So just consider contributing on things like Cash App, PayPal, maybe even starting a Patreon membership. All those things help out with the galactic deficit. Unfortunately, YouTube doesn't, because we don't see that money until the end of next month. I mean, it helps in theory in the future, but not for the August deficit. And we are an hour in, which means it's time for us to start a chat goal to make sure that we get all of the content today. And boy, has it been a content-filled day. I mean, my God. MediStream was completely goalless. It's actually 3 hours of content. Goal started. Am I okay? I'm fine. I mean, I don't know what you mean by that. Like, am I any worse than I have been? No, I'm fine. I'm good. I mean, I'm never great because things aren't good out there in the world. But I'm fine. No worse than I was when I first started this stream. All right, goal has been initiated. We have 3 hours to finish that. Otherwise, the stream might come to an abrupt halt. Now, let's go here. Donald Trump's nominee for... Yeah, what is this guy's job again? God, I think this guy's like some sort of health services. Dude, I cannot remember what his job is right now. Should have written it down. But Senator also Brooks had some questions about some comments made by this Trump nominee.
Senator also Brooks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and congratulations to each of you on your nominations. This morning, I just have a few questions for Dr. Christine. Dr. Christine, you appeared on a podcast by 1819, and this was very recently, in September of 2022, where you said the following, and I quote, "Society works best when men and women are fulfilling their roles, when they're doing what they're supposed to do, raising children and propagating the species. That fulfills the natural and moral law." Now, I have a question for you because I also know that Project 2025 calls for the Office of the Assistant Secretary for Health to focus on uplifting traditions.
Okay, so I figured out who this guy is. Dr. Brian Christine. He is going to be RFK Jr.'s right-hand man at the Department of Health and Human Services, HHS. It's going to be number 2 at HHS. He thinks that we need people to be living lives according to their gender roles.
Additional gender roles. And so I want to know, Dr. Christine, I'm just curious, we have 8 women who are serving, for example, on this committee in the United States Senate, and I wonder whether it is your perspective that we are fulfilling our natural and moral roles working as senators instead of working in the home.
Senator also Brooks.
I mean, this
thank you for
woman is
being here. I'm
dangerous,
sorry that we
ladies and
didn't have
gentlemen.
the opportunity to meet before this meeting, but thank you for your time today. So let me say that Project 2025, of course, I have nothing to do with that. I haven't even read through Project 2025. And of course, Project 2025 does not at all, in any way, shape, or form, dictate President Trump and his policy.
Really? You believe that? Does this guy genuinely believe that thing he said that's just verifiably untrue? It's dictating the entire, the last 6 months have been all thanks to Project 2025. You have to be a fucking moron to think anything else, or a liar to say anything else.
Yeah, let me just interrupt you, Dr. Christine, because I do have limited time. My specific question is just about your quote, where you said you believe in these traditional gender roles, and so I wanted to know, how do you specifically plan to use your office to uplift traditional gender roles?
Well, absolutely. My role as the Assistant Secretary for Health, if confirmed, will be to work with the Secretary to make America healthy again. I think in terms of gender roles, an individual, a man or a woman, can do what they want to do. My wife is an Oxford-trained, very high-caliber lawyer.
Oh,
We
high
don't have
caliber,
children
you say.
together. I
Great.
support Helena in that. I
Great.
support a woman's choice to go ahead and pursue any career she might want, or a man.
Okay.
But my main goal is going to be to make America healthier again by supporting Secretary Kennedy and supporting our president.
And I think this is a very important question. Again, this was not long ago where you said you believe that women and men are supposed to be in specific roles, raising children and propagating the species. And you would be, sir, really responsible as well for implementing policies that uplift health issues for women in the United States. And so I want to make sure that you understand that this is going to be very important to so many people. I want to ask you about another area, for example, regarding teen pregnancy, and whether you believe the teen pregnancy prevention programs are important.
Well, ma'am, I believe that I'm a biologist by training. I'm a scientist.
Oh, yeah.
I believe that young men and women.
Get ready, folks. Get ready. This guy has a groundbreaking solution. Yeah, for sex education.
Should, when the age is appropriate, be educated about the biology and physiology of reproduction. I believe that when it comes to education regarding sexual intimacy, sexual intercourse, birth prevention, that is best in the purview of the parents. I strongly believe that.
The parents. There we go. This guy thinks that kids shouldn't learn anything about sex education aside from their parents. What about kids who don't have parents? How should we teach them? How about parents who aren't equipped to teach their kids about these things? What should we do there? I guess those kids will just go into adulthood not knowing anything, completely unprepared to protect themselves. That's good. That's what abusers want. The less educated those kids are, the easier it is to get them into compromising positions. All right, now let's go to the story of one young girl way back in the day who changed history as it relates to accessibility for the disabled. Here's PBS, an unfunded organization, now private, non-public broadcasting service. All thanks to the Trump administration.
It's a really sweet image of a mother congratulating her daughter. That's 8-year-old Jennifer Keelan and her mom, Cindy. But to really get what Jennifer just accomplished, let's look at another snapshot. There, that's Jennifer crawling up 83 steps on her hands and knees to the top of the U.S. Capitol. And here's what she had to say about it at the time.
You want to take all night if I have to. All right.
Jennifer was the young face of an organization called ADAPT, American Disabled for Accessible Public Transit, that was started in 1983 in Denver, Colorado. Today, we take things like wheelchair access in public spaces for granted. But if you were disabled in 1983, you couldn't use the same facilities able-bodied people could. So ADAPT members started putting their bodies on the line to make a simple point. They just wanted to ride the bus. Its members excelled at the kind of punk protests that made headlines. They chained themselves to steering wheels and building entrances. They climbed inside Greyhound luggage compartments and under wheel wells so the buses couldn't move. And they got arrested. A lot.
Illegal.
ADAPT replaced the public perception of disabled people as helpless and dependent with a new image of wheelchair warriors. Their protests got results. But ADAPT and other disability rights activists knew they needed to push for something even bigger. The ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act, was a groundbreaking civil rights bill to prohibit discrimination and require reasonable accommodations for people with disabilities. In 1988, after decades of work by ADAPT and other activists and lobbyists, the ADA was finally introduced in Congress. But the act got stalled in the House. That's when ADAPT decided to knock it loose. On March 12, 1990, ADAPT protesters led a march of more than 500 people down Pennsylvania Avenue in D.C. Jennifer, who had been diagnosed with cerebral palsy at age 2, was right there with them, marching all the way to the Capitol, where Congress was meeting to debate the ADA. And that's when ADAPT did what it did best: guerrilla civic action. At the foot of the Capitol, members dropped to the ground from their wheelchairs and started the climb up, backwards or on their hands and knees, whatever they could manage, step by painstaking step. They were determined to show the public in the most visceral way possible what it took for them to have access to the people's house like all other Americans. Just 4 months later, President Bush signed the ADA into law.
I now lift my pen to sign this Americans with Disability Act and say, let the shameful wall of exclusion finally come tumbling down.
The ADA was the life-changing civil rights act that ADAPT and other activists had worked toward for so long. It meant disabled Americans couldn't be denied access to housing, schools, jobs, and civic life any longer. And that's what the Capitol Crawl was for, so that all the other children who came after Jennifer would be able to ride, and so much more. To learn more, watch Change, Not Charity, the Americans with Disabilities Act, and like and subscribe for more from American Experience.
There we go, PBS. With a great story about the fight for accessibility for the disabled in the United States, something that, has not been around for all that long and is being dismantled by the Trump administration right now as we speak. Just like PBS, I guess. Yeah, there's a through line between all this. Orb Rumor gifting a sweet, sweet Galactic membership. Wait a second. I can't see it. Why is it not showing up? Oh. There we go. Orb Rumor gifting a sweet, sweet Galactic membership to the community. Who got it? Hyper Spiky 71 receiving that gifted membership. Much appreciated, Orb Rumor, getting us started on the goal. By the way, Cash App, PayPal, Patreon, we will also count all donations today are getting counted not only to the chat goal, but also to the Galactic. Well, actually, no, I'm sorry, not the Galactic deficit. YouTube stuff just doesn't count towards that. I forgot. It doesn't count because we don't see it until literally the last week of August. It's the pay schedule from YouTube.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
But I will count all donations to the chat goal. So, at least in one way, you're contributing double if you do that. Thank you, Orb Rumor. Broke the ice. That sweet, sweet goal. All right, now let's move it along. Let's celebrate something else. Let's celebrate staying active. Not politically, but with your body. Doing things out there. Even in your golden years, if you will. It can be difficult as you age to stay active.
Good defense, bud. The team on the court right now is the result of this idea by Adrian Gregory.
I am the facility coordinator here at Hartman Regional Community Center.
Adrian really wanted this place to send some people to the Tennessee Senior Olympics.
Get a basketball team and represent Nashville. Woo!
And what a team she got.
Hey!
Good shot, baby. Good shot.
Don't be trying to sneak.
You know it, right? What you're seeing is something invaluable to any team.
Behind the back.
A deep history together. Let's go back to the early 80s. For a lot of kids, basketball was community. It was opportunity.
Discipline of it, just learning about life itself.
That's Helen Beard, who was a top player for Pearl High. And at this time, she was often taking the court against Renee Spencer.
I went to Hillsborough High School. But when it came to Renee, fantastic center. Footwork was awesome.
When you would see her walking out on the court back then, what would you say?
I was like, okay, it's time to play.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. Helen focused on the game.
We really got
excited about playing Pearl because we wanted to beat them because they were the best in the city.
But it was mutual respect, and that only grew by the midpoint of the 80s, as both Helen and Renee headed to Fisk University and became part of the same team.
We're not rivals anymore. We're family.
And so Adrian got to thinking.
Wouldn't it be great to bring back those schools that had rivalries and make one big team of those top players?
I see you, Stratford. I see you, East High. Woo! I see you. I see you, Pearl High. Woo!
We'll call Hartman.
These ladies still got it. They still got it. Used to be rivals, then teammates. Now friends, continuing to play basketball. Their later years, if you will call it. You'll allow it. All right. Now, let's go to this strange tradition. In Minnesota, here's CBS Minnesota from 4 days ago. I'm not kidding. This one is strange. Very strange indeed. There's a tree in the small Minnesota town. The mysterious past. All right, it's not that mysterious, but it's funny. All right, here we go.
You are not funny.
A town in west central Minnesota has gone out of its way to celebrate an everyday household item. In this week's Finding Minnesota, WCCO's John Lordson shows us how the toaster tree in Sedan got its start.
Surrounded by scenery, Terrace Mill is an historic site in Pope County. It offers plenty of peace and tranquility, while its neighbor down the road offers plenty of kitchen appliances.
Do you think there are more toasters in town than there are people?
What now?
Probably.
Sedan is a few miles from Terrace Mill, and its population is 45. A don't blink or you'll miss it type of town. But when the tree outside Mayor Keith Kirkable's house began to sprout toasters, visitors didn't blink, they stared. It all began 27 years ago when his small appliance went haywire.
And so smoke was coming out, so I just pulled it out. There was snow on the ground, so I threw it outside.
Later, when his daughter was talking about how much snow there was in the yard, Keith tied the toaster to a branch so they could remember how high the drifts were after they melted.
But there was a couple of pranksters, I'd say, there. The next day, they were here putting up more toasters. It's just never stopped.
For a while, every day was like Christmas morning. Keith was waking up to find something new.
There are now nearly 50 toasters in this tree, and from time to time, other odd and unusual things have been added.
There was a whole boat in
There was a whole boat in the tree at one time. There we go. Tiny Minnesota town, 45 people, with a tree filled with toasters for some reason. I still find it strange. Here's another strange tradition. East of Minnesota, all the way in Buffalo, New York. Let's go here to WKBW-TV Buffalo from yesterday. This festival is happening as we speak, or at least was earlier today.
Up to Buffalo's Elmwood Village, but today Flavortown might be more of an accurate name for the area. The 7th annual Fieri Con bar crawl taking place today, and as you can see, participants all dress up as Food Network star Guy Fieri. And these people are committed, but don't just take it from me, take it from the guys.
I'm Guy Fieri. I'm the girl Fieri.
We're the co-mayors of Flavortown. I'm just a guy, just like all the other guys here, and sometimes a bunch of guys just want to get together and be guys.
Because it's like an odd thing to do, that makes it more fun. Like to do the obscure, weird thing. I like to party. And
This is ridiculous.
These people are out of control. Look at this guy. He's having too much fun right now.
Figured, let's party for a cause. Let's dress up as Guy. Let's go to bars and let's raise some money for some cool organizations in the area.
That good cause they mentioned is that a portion of proceeds for merchandise sales and drinks go to Friends of Night People, which provides food, clothing, medical care, and counseling to our neighbors in need.
Oh, there we go. A ridiculous tradition with a good cause. All right, Buffalo. Enjoy that. Enjoy that. Just a bunch of guys. All right. Now let's talk about New York pizza. Here's CBS News on the scoop.
This morning on The Dish, chef and New York native Wiley Dufresne. He first broke out in fine dining using techniques that turned the culinary world on its head. But now Dufresne is focusing on a seemingly simple food synonymous with his hometown, pizza, a dish he says is bursting with the mouth-watering taste of umami.
Pizza is like an umami lasagna. It's like layers and layers and layers of umami.
Nobody can deconstruct a dish.
You start with the crust, which has yeasty notes, which is the beginnings of umami.
Or pizza.
And you go to tomato sauce, tomatoes, and Parmesan.
Quite like Wiley Dufresne.
The reason I believe that pizza appeals to virtually everyone is because of umami, because it's just layers of punchy flavor.
The chef, who made a name for himself in fine dining, has more recently set his sights on slices.
When we encounter those aspects, those layers of delicious, of texture, of crunch, we are hardwired to perceive those things as more delicious.
With stretch pizza, Dufresne...
That's a gorgeous slice back there. That's a professional fucking slice. Look at that thing. Come on. Come on! Come on, that's a perfect slice of pizza. It's gorgeous. That's something to behold.
Counter those aspects, those layers of delicious, of texture, of crunch.
Delicious.
We are hardwired to perceive those things as more delicious.
With stretch pizza, Dufresne is once again expanding the possibility of what
this
food,
is making me incredibly
any
hungry.
food, can be.
That's the...
Okay, this is making me way too hungry. We are moving on. Good God. Good God. Now I'm very hungry. Very, very, very hungry. All right, it's summer. I think everybody is aware of this at this point. It's hot out there.
So hot right now.
And one good way to cool off is go to the pool. Among other things, of course. CBS New York on the story.
Extreme temperatures forcing New Yorkers to find some creative ways to beat the heat.
Alan Devlin spent the day in Central Park where he met people who refused to let the sky-high temperatures ruin their day.
Not gonna do it.
You said you like this weather? I love this weather. Why? Why? Because it's summertime, baby. We out.
Temperatures ramped up in the tri-state area Wednesday with peaks in the low 90s and real feel reaching triple digits. But the New Yorkers out and about at Central Park that we spoke to today, unfazed.
I'm Puerto Rican, man. It's summertime all year round.
Painter Anna Marie says sunny hot weather like today is the best time for outdoor art.
If the sun is out, so will I.
And check this out right here. Hundreds of people down in the water enjoying the cooling off sensation, trying to beat today's triple-digit real feel temperatures.
The pool is wonderful, and the kids have a lot of fun.
Families arriving in troves at the new Gottsman pool, jumping in to get a jump at escaping the rays.
It's very hot. It's too hot to be sitting on the block or in the neighborhood or in the house. Well, this is like my fourth or fifth time coming to this pool.
What about all the other kids who said it was too hot to come outside today? What would you want to tell them?
It's never too hot and the pool will cool you down.
Projections have the tri-state area peaking in the 90s through Friday with a heat advisory in effect.
So you've got your yoga mat, and it is, as I say right now, 89 degrees out here.
Is that all?
Is that all? Is insane.
But Lolita Dunbar doesn't care, giving new meaning to the word hot yoga.
It doesn't matter the weather.
I was about to make that joke. How dare you? How dare you steal my thunder? Hot yoga pun. Insert hot yoga pun here. Okay. Okay. Let's talk about something else that's hot and steamy. Love Island, USA.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like you walk into Love Island and you're like, oh, I'll be fine with the girls, but like, will I get along with the guys? We're all like vying for the same group of girls. And then it kind of flipped on its head where I was like, well, I know I'm good with the guys, but like, what about the girls? Like, so like, by the time I left, I was like, oh man, I'm going to miss my boys. But yeah, it was definitely like the camaraderie was one of the best experiences for me, especially I didn't leave with love. So, but I left with friendships and, you know, that was just as good.
Well, he didn't leave with love, but he left with friendships. Beautiful. I don't know if it's hot and steamy. Okay. Okie dokie. Let's see.
Elisar returned to his signature couture
Excuse me,
playbook
sir.
for
I am
fall.
talking. Did you not notice that? Thank you. All right. Speaking of romance, one designer is bringing 19th century romance to the red carpet in fall couture. I don't know why I stuck this here. This is happening in a different country. Pretend like it's happening in the United States.
Elisar returned to his signature couture playbook for fall, offering up the kind of romantic red carpet ready looks he's known for. Inside this grand salon, guests watched as models descended a gilded stone staircase to harpsichord music. And of course, this collection leaned into the historic 18th century references with gathered fabric at the back, pearls, studded chokers, and floral appliques throughout the collection. Rich velvets were a standout, as were the jewel-encrusted embroideries that simply shimmered under the light. Saab didn't reinvent the wheel exactly, but he delivered what his clients expect: unapologetic opulence.
Certainly opulent. It's too many sequins. All right.
5, 6, 7, 8. Nova Burger.
Let's move on from romance to dance. Where one woman and, well, not just her, but a number of people are dancing to save a nearly centuries-old Seattle County bar at risk of closing. How do you save a bar with dance? Let's find out.
5, 6, 7, 8. Nova Burger can't stop.
I can dance everywhere, and I do. Literally everywhere.
And once she started,
Give me the shivers.
the dancing feet on this Seattle street kept multiplying.
You can go and feel like you don't have to be anyone. You can be as loud as you want. You can stomp, you can sing, you can dance. And you are just loved for who you are. And that's the Little Red Hen for me.
It didn't take long for the music to move the crowd supporting the Little Red Hen Country Bar down to the entrance for Wednesday's mayoral candidate forum.
Woo, woo. This is more than just a spur-of-the-moment dance party. Here in Columbia City, this is a passionate call for action.
Save the hen! The landlord is trying to terminate the lease, and what we're trying to do is get the city council to extend the lease.
If that doesn't happen, the Little Red Hen would be forced out of its home in Green Lake by July 31st.
There we go. People in Seattle dancing for the this bar, which they want to save, trying to bring attention to this issue, hoping that somehow a city official will stop the landlord from raising the rents. The rent is too damn high. The rent is too damn high. All right, let's go north to Halifax, Canada. People are taking in some music over there as well. CTV News from Wednesday.
Thousands will turn out this week for one of the Maritime's most beloved summer traditions, the TD Halifax Jazz Festival. CTV's Katie Kelly is there live with a preview of what makes this year extra special. Hi, Katie.
Hi, Maria, you're right. It is such a special year, and no one knows that better than Tennille Goods, PhD, is the executive director at the TD Halifax Jazz Festival. How are you, my love?
Hot.
Well, you called it. You said it would be the hottest week of the summer.
I think I cursed us a little bit with that one, but you know what? We'll take it. It's beautiful, it's sunny, and we're just waiting for the people.
Yes. And you had those people last night. It looked fantastic.
Yeah.
Tell me about the show. It was great.
It was awesome. First time at the Lighthouse Arts Center, and it was packed. Femi Kuti and the Positive Force were absolutely a force.
Oh, amazing. Okay, and tonight, this is also going to be huge. Adam Baldwin hitting that TD main stage. Of course, Aquaculture opening, and then Adam is going to have his band, the Jenny Wren, so it's just going to be an all-around great show. But what's cool about this is that it's free to the public. Are you expecting a major crowd tonight?
Oh, we know Adam's going to bring them out, right? So we're expecting a big crowd down here, and that's one of the things that we love to do is offer free, incredible music for our community, and this is the night. So we want people to come down, we want them to enjoy, and there's lots of other free stuff happening, so don't stop at just tonight.
Right. So speak a little bit more about that. Is it true 70% of the programming is free?
I know. It's kind of an incredible number. I am a little shocked by it myself, but all of our daytime programming is free, so we're open 11 to 3 every single day here down on the TD main stage. Then we've got 3 nights over at the Hydrostone, so sorry, 1 night, 2 days. Then we've also got free programming in the libraries and over at the local. I mean, can you ask for any more?
I don't know that you could. It's amazing. In terms of this big main stage, so we've got Adam Baldwin tonight, but you've got a lot of big names throughout the week.
Yeah, it's an incredible lineup. They're all ticketed shows every other night, but we've got Iron and Wine, we've got the Decemberists, Big Boy, also known basically as Outcast, I would like to remind folks, and then of course St. Vincent, and some really, really great openers as well. Goldie Boutillier, Sarah Harmer, some local folks with Leanne Hoffman, King Woos, and Jupiter Rain.
How are you?
Wow, quite a lineup here in Halifax, Canada, including Big Boy. Although I didn't hear Andre 3000. I mean, I'm not sure you can have Outcast without both of them. That she claims, that's her claim. She's claiming that it's basically Outcast, and I don't know. I think you need both guys. You need Big Boy, you need Andre 3000 combined for true Outcast. But they seem excited. It's quite a lineup. Quite an eclectic mix happening in Halifax. Now, let's go all the way down to Puerto Rico. La Perla. A shantytown in Puerto Rico made famous by a music video. Yeah, it's a makeover. I think the music video that it was made famous by was, I think it's Despacito, I think, if I'm not mistaken. What are you doing? Stop this nonsense.
El proyecto consiste en traerle
project is
belleza y
about bringing
vida
beauty
a la
and
comunidad,
life to the
traer que la
community,
gente pueda venir
encouraging more
más
people to
para
come
acá
here
y
and
que
share
compartan y con la
their
comunidad
experiences with the community and help them to lose some of the fear and reputation the community has here. That's the project itself. We want to invite everyone to come down to La Perla and spend money. Get a little more involved with the community. Ooh, that's fun. Yeah, the bright colors really liven up that town. I'm feeling it. Now, while we're down in Puerto Rico, one big name in Puerto Rican music, Bad Bunny, held a concert there. Play the Key and Peele skit with Andre 3000. I do love that. I do love that one. I've got one mint mocha latte. No foam on the bottom. Foam on the bottom in a vase. No, I kind of want to hear that though. I do kind of want to watch that. It is hilarious. Bad Bunny. Here we go. I think this album shows that we are who we are as Puerto Ricans. It has awakened in us the feeling of what it is to be Boricua. With this album that is so representative of us, Bad Bunny has shown to the other parts of the world what is happening in Puerto Rico. Our political situation, our status as a colony. We are part of the United States or not part of the United States. There we go. A little bit of musical enjoyment for everybody down in Puerto Rico. Music which comes along with the message. All right, you know what? I kind of want to watch. We're going to get copyright struck if I watch that one, I think. They're always giving me shit, Comedy Central. No, I want to, but I can't. Not going to do it. All right, staying on music. Let's talk about this crazy situation. Took the internet by storm. Coldplay concert. Everybody was just having a good time. Then they turned the kiss camera onto one couple, and the internet melted down.
A romantic night turned possibly the worst date ever. A video showing two people sharing a private moment embracing at a Coldplay concert, now taking over the internet. Take a look.
I love how this dude, just crouches behind the table. Like he hasn't been seen. If I just crouch now.
All right, come on. You're okay? Oh, what? I'm being repressed.
Dude just hides behind a table. He's like, I'm not here.
Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy.
Illegal. Video originally posted to TikTok, you can hear Coldplay frontman Chris Martin say, as you may have just heard, quote, they're either having an affair or just very shy. Now the reaction online is exploding. The man is allegedly the CEO of a tech company, Astronomer, and the woman is reportedly the head of HR at that company. Astronomer says it's launching an investigation into the alleged relationship, saying, quote, our leaders are expected to set the standard in both conduct and accountability. We want to bring...
Wow. CEO of a tech company and the head of HR having some real intimate human relations at this Coldplay concert. Yeah, I mean, that video got 300,000 views. If it's got views, it's news. That's, that's how that works. 300,000 in 2 days. Jesus Christ. On ABC News, of all places. I think it's got millions on, like, TikTok. All right. Let's go here. One more music related story. Rihanna is apparently playing Smurfette in the new Smurfs movie, which is coming out. She had this to say about her role.
Has this given you street cred with your kids?
That's what I want. I want some cool points. If I don't walk away with cool points tonight, we got to start over.
There we go. Rihanna claiming the only reason she's doing this is to hopefully get cool points with her kids. And if she doesn't get cool points, then we're going to have to start over. I don't know what that means. I guess maybe they would have to redo the whole movie? Or do a different movie? It's not clear. It's not clear. Hopefully she got those points. All right, well, maybe music isn't your thing and you instead preferred travel. Well, it might be complicated. As these days, flying seems less and less safe, whether it's the defunding of the FAA or Boeing's sort of haphazard safety protocols, or things like this. I'll let the video speak for itself.
Caught on camera, a mid-air scare for a plane full of passengers bound for Minnesota. New at 10, we talked with two of those travelers about the frightening flight.
Right away, I knew something pretty bad had happened.
Sarah says she had a front row seat to a mid-flight emergency on a flight from Los Angeles to MSP International.
I was actually seated next to the engine that caught on fire. Saw was just a really bright flash out of the window, and then the plane kind of tilted a little bit.
Video from inside the plane shows sparks shooting from the engine.
The passenger next to me and I held hands and just sort of tried to like comfort each other. And I think, yeah, we were all just bracing for the worst.
Edina resident Kang Hu was on the flight with his wife and two daughters.
I was watching outside. It was peaceful. It's dark and it's peaceful, you know? And then suddenly a fireball and a shake.
That fireball forced an emergency landing and a return to LAX.
The pilot made a big U-turn. You can feel that U-turn is like that.
But Hu credits the crew with keeping the calm despite a terrifying experience for the 172 people on the plane.
One of the most
wild. That's not one easy. That's not what you want to see once you've made it up to cruising altitude. The fireball coming out of the engine. Could be gremlins. It's unclear. But if that's got you wanting to find other methods of transportation, you could get on your bike, do some cycling. You could celebrate the Erie Canal bicentennial, where cyclists are going on an epic bike trip along that Erie Canal.
Cyclists pedaled through Fairport to celebrate the Erie Canal bicentennial.
Hundreds are cycling their way across New York this week as part of the 27th annual Cycle the Erie Canal Bike Tour. But this year is extra special. Today alone, over 600 riders ranging in age from 8 to 84 pedaled 62 miles.
I'm staying in the race.
Fairport. The tour is organized each year by Parks and Trails New York. It stretches 400 miles from Buffalo to Albany, all along the historic route of the Erie Canal.
You can see how much it matters to the communities. Each year, so many community members come out and welcome our riders, either by giving them cold water or refreshments or even just cheering them on.
The food has been great. The rides have been great. All the stops have been full of fun people. All the towns are there welcoming us when we come through. Yeah, it's been really.
Well, there you go. 400-mile bike ride across New York following the Erie Canal. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy, if you ask me. Sounds fun, though. Sounds fun. Food. Probably a little drinking, perhaps. One would think. Could be wrong. But maybe that's too much effort for you. And you still want to go somewhere. You know, but you don't want to have to be the one that's getting you there. Well, you could literally get on the Erie Canal rather than biking along it. Let's go here. Buffalo, New York.
I'm Derek Hyde on the banks of the Erie Canal in North Tonawanda, where a brand new boat is setting sail. There's a new boat launching into the waters of North Tonawanda. But this boat doesn't look like the rest.
Like we always say, we're bringing the island experience to the canal.
Now sailing TNT Tiki Tours. Just in time to enjoy Canal Fest, you can relax on the waters of the Erie Canal, turn into your own 90-minute tropical paradise.
You and 5 of your guests. It's a BYOB cruise, bring your own beverage. You're allowed to bring food.
And the feature that certainly proves some of the most helpful is probably the onboard bathroom.
You can do anything from bachelorette parties, bachelor parties, weddings. We can if you want to get married on here, we can do that too.
Wow. It'd be a small wedding.
Small wedding, yeah.
Owners Craig Schultz and Mike Bartolotta have run Buffalo Tiki Tours at Riverworks since 2017. But after North Tonawanda's Second Ward Alderman Frank DiBernardo took a ride, he was hooked.
Pulled Mike aside and said, you ever consider coming to North Tonawanda on the canal?
We started to realize he was serious. So I put the ball in Craig's court, and he had the boat started to be built.
There we go, bringing island life to the canal. One group of dudes bringing a little tiki to the Erie Canal. Well, I think they said the capacity of that thing is like 6 people, so you can't have the biggest parties. All right. See one more Erie Canal related thing. People love this canal for some reason. Spencerport, New York.
Ahead, the Spencerport Canal Days is just a couple weekends away, and it's bringing back a beloved tradition this year.
It's given me a chance to say the word canaligator on air. We're talking about the popular canaligator race. Participants
You are not
each
funny.
assigned a canaligator. The gators, the canaligators are all dumped into the canal, and the 20 winners get fabulous prizes. There, of course, is going to be much more to enjoy there during the 43rd annual festival, including live music, food, local vendors, and fun children's tent. There's also going to be a little something for adults to sample.
For our visitors that are over 21 years of age, we have our tasting tent. We'll have 4 wineries and a distillery. They'll be coming from all across New York State, some as far away as Thousand Islands. $5 admission will let you get in and sample the vendor products, and if you like some, you can purchase them and take them home with you.
Watch out, it's the canaligator behind you.
We need to run that video.
Okay, don't be weird.
Don't be creepy.
There we go. Canaligators, a word I never thought I would hear. People having a little fun on the old Erie Canal. It is summertime after all. Gotta get out there on the water. Cool off. Enjoy the majesty. Majesty. Before the summer goes away. It'll be gone. It's going to go away at some point in the near future. Sorry to alert you to that situation. All right. We're going to take a quick break here. Just want to remind everybody that we still got multiple goals going on. Galactic deficit financing goal, as well as the content goal on YouTube. Now, of course, you could contribute to both goals simultaneously by contributing on Cash App, PayPal, or starting a Patreon membership. That's right. You could help fund the Galactic stream, while also ensuring that we get all of the content on this Sunday Funday. 2 for 1. Can't beat that. All right. We'll be right back after these brief space messages. Okie dokie. I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. And hit the bell icon too, so you get the latest Galactic notifications at your fingertips. While you're at it, do you also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, and memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer every penny go directly to funding the stream rather than funding YouTube's bottom line. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Just $3 a month. Get you a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So many great benefits, I don't even know where to start. Best one, in my opinion, is an avatar on stream. That's right, you could be sitting poolside here with me, or perhaps sipping a cool galactic drink by the bar. Maybe on the Galactic Lake, in a boat, or just chilling in the Galactic streets. It's really up to you. You just tell me what you want your avatar to be, and I make it happen. Not only do you get an avatar, you get a shout out every stream, secret content, and a secret Discord channel inside of the Galactic Discord server. So many benefits, it is frickin' ridiculous. Alright, chat, that's enough for me. Enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, everybody. You know what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the stream. But I have something to tell everyone. I've decided to count super chats from the previous live stream for this goal, because I'm just realizing, well, number one, I don't want to be the Grinch. I don't want to be the man who stole Sunday Funday. So I'm going to add super chats from the previous stream onto the current goal, getting us way closer to completing it. Let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Counting the gifted membership from our Broomer means we're at 6.5. So 3.5 super chats will ensure that we get all the content here tonight. That's right. StreamLord is feeling sweet generous. Honestly, it came to me. I was like, wait a second. People super chatted earlier, but it was just a different stream. But I'm counting them. Don't let anybody ever tell you it wasn't magnanimous. Okay. Get back into the seat space, fams. The second half of the Sunday Funday live stream is about to get going. All right. Now, we ended the first half talking about people enjoying the outdoors. Let's talk about one man who is torturing himself outdoors. Okay, that might not be true. But he is doing something quite arduous. One 66-year-old man is running 135 miles through one of the hottest places on Earth.
That's hot.
Death Valley.
Yeah, my first year was 2007, and I was just going to do it 1 year.
Hey. Don't do that. No, yeah, start it over. There we go.
Yeah, my first year was 2007, and I was just going to do it 1 year just to see if I could survive the heat. And I've come back every year since. It's kind of a pinnacle of most people's running career to be able to get accepted. A lot of it is external heat management, so lots of ice. So you'll put ice in your hat, you wear an ice bandana full of ice, anything to keep your core body temperature cool. And then, of course, you'll take breaks if necessary, sit.
When I get too hot, people are chucking ice at my body. I just running and ice is slapping off of my chest and face. The only way to stay cool in this horrifying heat.
Chair in the shade if you can, and then you have a support crew that follows you the entire time. 1 year I did it was 130. So
130?
That's too much, man. So, I mean, it's the hottest place in the world, and it's during the hottest time of the year. It's just like a stove.
What about her? Are we going to celebrate her? Did she walk the whole 135 miles too? Or are we just going to...
Like when you open your stove up and that...
Unsung hero. I'm just like, wait a second. She also ran 135. I mean, I get it. She's younger, but still. Also impressive.
Blast of heat hits you. It has this exact feeling. It's, it's just overwhelming.
I haven't even stopped yet.
The valley was really tough. Out in Death Valley, they call it the oven effect because it's got mountains all around. So it traps the heat in there. And so as the day goes on, it gets hotter and hotter. And peak temperatures are usually around 4 or 5. So I timed it perfectly. Got maximum amount of torture and then headed up the mountain.
Even he said torture. See, I wasn't far off. This is torture.
Nice to celebrate we got here.
Illegal.
But we've got a huge hurdle to get up. It's tough. It's a tough climb, and we've hit it at the worst possible. There's no shade or anything, as the sun's just beating on us the whole time. I feel great.
There we go. He feels great. Really? You feel good, huh? That sounded terrible. Impressive, though, to be doing it at that age. All right. Now let's talk art. Move on from the outdoor activities. Too hot anyway.
So hot right now.
Too hot out there. Let's go indoors. Canada. The WAG dipping into its vault for a new exhibit. Tell me more.
The Winnipeg Art Gallery is opening its vault.
You bet. The WAG is dusting off its collection for 2 new exhibitions.
Our job as curators is to go into those vaults and see what kind of conversations we can have with modern contemporary audiences.
God damn it. Why are you doing this to me?
And choose artworks to come out maybe that haven't seen the light of day in a very long time.
And that's what they've done for Crying Over Spilt Tea and A Matter of Time. Crying Over Spilt Tea combined traditional teaware with other artwork to look at the history of the drink and those who have had to hide their truths or tea from others. I see what they did there. A Matter of Time explores the concept of...
I got jokes. CTV's got the jokes. Spill the tea, she said. Jesus Christ. Columbia Rican with a sweet, sweet gifted Galactic membership to the community. Who got it? Summer Thunder. Receiving that's just incredible. I mean, I love the gifted memberships. And at some point we got to get to the pinnacle, right? Or approach the pinnacle that we hit before. We've unfortunately lost members over the last couple of months, I think, because of lack of people restarting their memberships after receiving gifted memberships themselves. But at some point, we got to try and get to a 19th emote. Not sure what I got to do to get people to do what Columbia Rican is doing here. But it spreads the sweet, sweet galactic love when you gift memberships. Not only do those people become more galactic immediately,
if not sooner.
they also receive all the sweet, sweet space emotes that we have on YouTube. 18. Count them. 18 sweet, sweet emotes for all of the Space Fams series with a super chat. 135 miles in this heat?
That's too much, man! That's hot.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. In that heat. And he said it was at one point it was 130 degrees in Death Valley. So 135 miles. And at some point you're reaching the same. That is horrifying. But he had support. He had a lot of emotional support as well as real life support. Water, ice. Somebody following him with a vehicle and a cold towel, it looked like. Okay. Let's keep it moving here. Let's continue talking art. Let's talk about how one art show is transforming warplanes, specifically Cold War era warplanes, into museum pieces of art.
A decommissioned Cold War-era Soviet-designed fighter jet is on display at the Museum of Flight in Seattle, but it's landed as a stunning work of art celebrating resilience. It's covered in millions of beads featuring South African art. Joining us now, the lead artist on the project, Ralph Zeman. Thanks so much for being here. Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Well, Ralph, first, could you tell us what inspired the MiG-21 project?
Yeah, the MiG-21.
I just want to make sure that everybody's on board with what where we're at with the goal right now. It says 1 of 10. That's a lie. We are at 8 of 10. If I recall correctly, we were at 6.5 just a moment ago with another gifted membership and that super chat from Sirius. That gets us to 8, which means we only need 2 more super chats to complete the goal. We still got plenty of time. Still got almost 2 hours to complete it.
Ralph, first, could you tell us what inspired the MiG-21 project?
Yeah, the MiG-21 project is part of a larger project I've been working on for the last decade called Weapons of Mass Production. And it's to take it's to repurpose weapons of war and talk about peace, the proliferation of the arms trade, etc.
Now, could you talk about the design and the amount of time that went into this transformation of this jet?
Yeah, well, the design was probably the easiest, quickest part. You know, that was done on a computer to start with. The process of getting this fighter aircraft, and you know, it's got a huge surface area and it covered in African beadwork, took us about 5.5 years with about 100 people working on it.
Wow,
This is
5.5
wild.
years.
5.5 years.
People are seeing that
Honestly,
here.
I love this. This is fucking sick. I'm not a huge fan of war, but if you turn art into beautiful, turn war machines into beautiful art, I'm probably gonna be into it. And honestly, the style in which this is done it's eye-catching. It's fucking sick.
This fighter aircraft, and you know, it's got a huge surface area and it covered in African beadwork, took us about 5.5 years with about 100 people working on it.
Wow, 5.5 years.
5.5 years.
People are seeing that here in Seattle for the first time. You mentioned briefly that this was part of a series.
Can that jet still fly? No way. No way. They spend millions and millions of dollars trying to make these things as aerodynamic as possible. Then you affix millions of beads to the outside. Probably not going to fly super good. I mean, maybe it could get in the air, but it's going to have some problems with maneuverability.
Of works of art, a trilogy really.
Yes.
And these are seen as, you know, weapons of war. They're known as weapons of war. Could you talk about what it means to transform them into something more powerful?
Yes, well, it's so great to be able to take a symbol of war and to, you know, do it in a way where people see it as something completely different. So, you know, what we've done is taken this most prolific fighter jet of all time and turned it into a work of art.
Now, you brought a few samples of this type of beading work. Could you
Yes.
maybe talk about this? What goes into putting something like that together and the significance of the design?
So most of the surface of the aircraft is covered in this kind of beadwork. We would make up panels with colors and patterns on them and get various artisans in South Africa and Southern Africa to make it. So to think these tiny size 8 seed beads, you know, cover the entire surface of a jet plane is.
This is quite an extensive project. I wonder how much it costs to do all this. Kind of wild when you think about it. And who had the money for this plan? All right, we're gonna buy a warplane. Then we're gonna buy millions of beads, sew them together, and paste them to the outside. It's insane. It's crazy. All right. Let's talk tech a little bit. Let's talk tech, but first let's laugh about tech.
I gotta tell you, I've done a number of shows here, and it is. I'm not the kind of comedian who complains about like audiences being too sensitive. Let me tell you guys something. San Francisco is the most sensitive fucking city I've ever been to in my entire fucking life. Which is crazy since you guys are responsible for Elon Musk, as far as I'm concerned. That like, oh no. I know. Listen, he was here that whole time. You guys didn't do jack shit. You didn't do jack shit. You got in those self-driving cars and you said, this is actually nice. We could have done better. Yeah. What do you think happened?
I'm just cackling.
That's the kind of laugh you hear before a gunshot noise. Have you lived here a long time? Yeah. Yeah? What do you do here?
I'm a software engineer.
Okay, yeah. Let's talk. What kind of software do you develop?
I track packages for medical companies.
Okay. Yeah, very cool. And he's like, and when they don't I divert the insulin so they never see a drop. That's the part that you don't hear. He's like, if there's a penny missing, I have the delivery driver shot on sight by a drone, and I program that drone to hit its target immediately. So do you feel like you're doing good?
Medium.
I'm doing medium.
Medium? Okay, so this is good.
I'm doing medium, he says. Great job. Great job, buddy. Good answer. I'm doing medium. You gave me a binary, and I said medium.
Just medium? Okay, so if this is good and this is evil, you're like, I'm right in the middle there. I'm just existing. How do you feel about the future with technology? How are you feeling?
Pessimistic.
Pessimistic.
God damn it.
Huh? Okay, so tell me, what are we gonna do? You gotta get in there. You gotta
Get in there.
Shit. I know you know how to do it.
Exactly.
I mean, look,
the boots and the
there's only so
beeps.
much time in the day, and there's a lot of problems.
You know who makes time? Come on! Elon Musk.
John Marco is right. Elon does make time.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
He does make time. God damn it. All right. Let's quickly talk about crypto. Representative Brad Sherman had some things to say about Donald Trump's sort of chronology, if you will, on crypto. He has taken differing positions on this technological, well, it's not really an innovation, but this particular aspect of our technological and financial system. Yeah, it has changed wildly over the years.
Mr. Speaker, I worked hard in school, but the grade I'm proudest of is getting the first F ever issued by the crypto industry. This rule prohibits you from considering two amendments that had total support from Democrats and total rejection from Republicans in the Financial Services Committee. The first prohibits the use of taxpayer money to buy crypto. Trump has already said he wants what he calls a strategic reserve of crypto. And so if you vote against this rule, you're voting to allow him to buy Bitcoin or Trump coin with taxpayer money. That Second Amendment, also prohibited by this rule, says that taxpayer money will not be used to bail out stablecoin or other crypto assets. We've already seen dozens of scandals since Sam Bankman-Fried, but now the industry can say, we've got total power in Congress. They gave us just a patina of regulation. If there's ever a problem with your crypto assets,
if there's ever a problem with your crypto assets, it's your fault.
We'll get you bailed out. This rule, it is incredibly hypocritical. It tells us that we're supposed to be for innovation and blockchain. Then it calls for the prohibition of the Fed having blockchain or any electronic use of the U.S. dollar. The Constitution says currency is what the U.S. Congress should control. But this bill will say that the dollar must use George Washington technology while China can have a digital yuan and the crypto bros can have digital hidden money.
China!
It's not surprising that President Trump was against crypto until he realized.
Look, here's Donald Trump in 2019. Almost 6 years ago to the day. I am not a fan of Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, which are not money and whose value is highly volatile and based on thin air. Unregulated crypto capital A assets can facilitate unlawful behavior, including drug trade and other illegal activity. Same day, same minute. We have only one real currency in the USA, and it is stronger than ever, both dependable and reliable. It is by far the most dominant currency anywhere in the world, and it will always stay that way. It is called the United States dollar. And then he made his own cryptocurrencies.
He could make hundreds of millions for his campaign and billions for his family by signing up with the crypto bros. This is Crypto Week. It's also Tax Evaders Month, National Drug Dealers Day, and Human Traffickers Tuesday. Vote no on this rule. Release the Epstein files.
Well, they voted yes on this rule. They made this genius act, which seems to have been crafted by a bunch of very stupid people and the crypto industry itself. And basically taking away all power away from regulators to treat these things like what they are, I guess, basically. Yeah. All right, let's go here. Continue with the tech talk. Go to Taylor Lorenz, who's released a video about AI deepfakes. And a legislation.
The number of pictures and videos threatened by those filters was actually tiny.
Excuse me, ma'am. Sorry, we're going to talk AI deepfakes and a particular piece of legislation, which is very dangerous, according to her.
Into what no fakes is going to do.
There's a bill right now in Congress that, if you didn't know any better, sounds great. It's called the No Fakes Act, and it claims to protect you from deepfakes on the web. Representative Maria Salazar from Florida said this when announcing the bill. Quote, "In this new era of AI, we need real laws to protect real people. The No Fakes Act is simple and sacred. You own your identity, not big tech, not scammers, not algorithms." But as usual, none of this is what the law actually does, nor is it what the law is actually really about. The No Fakes Act is actually an incredibly sloppy and dangerous piece of legislation that could destroy lives, eradicate people's privacy, and lead to sweeping censorship of journalistic and constitutionally protected speech. There's a reason that major civil liberties orgs are already sounding the alarm about this proposed law. Kate Roon is the director for the Center for Democracy and Technology's Free Expression Project. She's joining me today to break down what the proposed law actually says and why we need to fight back against it. Hi, Kate. Welcome.
Hi, Taylor. Thanks for having me. I'm so glad to be here.
So to start off, can you explain what the No Fakes Act is and what it does?
So what the bill says is, if somebody out there in the world uses your image or your voice to create a piece of media, be it audio, video, or just like a static image, they cannot do that without asking your permission first. So they have to get a license from you or whoever owns that right to create that piece of media or that piece of content and then distribute it.
I feel like if you told most people about this, they would think that that sounds like a good thing, because we all want control over our images. And I feel like we're all hearing so much about these deep fakes and people's voices or images used without their consent for nefarious purposes. So can you kind of explain why this bill might not be what it seems? Like, will this affect everyone or just famous people?
The way the bill is constructed, it's supposed to be a protection for everyone, but it's mostly going to wind up, as far as I can tell, benefiting public figures, famous people, and gigantic rights holders like record companies and movie studios, who are going to be incentivized to get everyone who signs contracts with them to license their brand new right to their face or voice to the company. And then the company will be allowed to go and defend that right or use those images and voices as they see fit going forward. So it looks like it's a protection for everybody. But what it really winds up being is a method to suppress dissent on the part of powerful people like politicians and public figures who don't like it when people criticize them or make fun of them. And it's also going to have like some really interesting impacts on historians and academics who are going to use this technology to try to illustrate things like historic events, because not only does this give a right to everybody in their image and likeness, it also gives this right to dead people. So dead people's heirs and assigns can assert this right on behalf of people who are dead. And if you do things that they don't like, there will be a method to get that speech removed from the internet.
I want to back up to what you just said about how this will sort of allow powerful people and politicians to potentially censor criticism or parody. How would that work?
The way the law works is somebody creates a digital replica and places it on the internet. Under the bill, online service providers are required to allow rights holders to send notice to them if there is a digital replica that is up, and then they are required, when they receive that notice, to take it down. They are required to confirm whether it is a digital replica, but they are not required to confirm whether it falls into any of the existing exceptions to what a digital replica is. So if it's in a news story, if it is in an academic or scholarly work, if it is parody or satire, the online service doesn't have to look into that. And because they would be on the hook for lots and lots of money, penalties of up to $750,000 in statutory damages, plus more on top of that, if they leave content up, they're really incentivized to take it down.
You also mentioned that this law could...
Wow, that sounds troubling. And might have some serious implications with free speech. Copyright laws are already being abused left and right to stop people from, saying things, right? Or, just enjoying this or that piece of media, right? Like, and what sucks is, like, the internet was supposed to be sort of a free place of a good, exchange of ideas and information and all this other stuff. But this is going to make it much easier for public figures to just be like, oh, I'm in here, I'm in this image, even if it's newsworthy and falls fairly under the guise of like fair use and whatever else. Or journalism, it's going to be harder to fight back against. It's going to be, you want to fight this, you're going to have to literally sue them for it. Because it's basically directing these different platforms to just delete any, like, if you tell them to delete it and they don't comply, then they could be left holding the bag, owing hundreds of thousands of dollars per instance. All right. How are we doing on time? Oh, all right. Okay. All right. Cool. Let's keep this going. Let's go here. CBS Evening News. Incredible discoveries. This just felt like a Sunday Funday one. Just get into some random shit.
We end here tonight with a voyage to the bottom of the sea. Mark Phillips joined the crew searching for a legendary U.S. warship.
Rob Kraft, shipwreck hunter. He may have found something.
You just hate to throw it out there on the table.
He's aboard the research vessel Petrel, hundreds of miles from anywhere in the South Pacific, searching for an American war grave that has been lost for 77 years.
Here we go.
His tools, the latest technology, an underwater drone that scans the ocean floor 3.5 miles down.
Enemy planes scored several hits on the Hornet.
The USS Hornet was an aircraft carrier involved in the crucial 1942 battle for Guadalcanal. It would be her last battle. 140 of her crew were killed that day. The rest were ordered to abandon ship before she went down. But where exactly?
This is needle in a haystack country is what you're talking about.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rob and the crew have to guess where to search, using the rough positions reported by other ships at the time.
Let's start breaking it in nice and slow.
The drone resurfaces. Its hours of recorded images show mile after mile of empty seabed. Until
top left.
That looks suspiciously like a ship. To find out if
it's a ship. My God. All right, I'm just gonna skip through. There's like multiple stories in here. Did I get hit for the Jubilee stuff? No. The stream did not get taken down.
Mobile, Alabama is rediscovering a painful past. Omar Villafranca tells the story of America's last slave ship.
Along the Mobile River, Ben Raines took us to the spot where a dark piece of American history, buried deep in the mud, found the light of day.
Here now we have the whole story, and the ship tells the story. And it's a real object. And this is the vehicle that brought these people and stole their lives from them.
Raines began his search for the Clotilda using historical documents, including the captain's journal. Last year, he pulled up pieces of a ship. Scientists confirmed it was the Clotilda.
There's no more sinister slave story than this one. It was about a bet.
In 1860, importing new slaves to the U.S. was a crime, but Alabama plantation owner Timothy Mayer wagered he could break the law and get away with it. He sent the ship to West Africa, which returned 2 months later with 110 slaves. Once unloaded, he ordered the captain to burn the vessel to cover up the crime. Joe Womack and Cleon Jones are from Africatown, the Mobile community settled by the Clotilda's freed slaves.
They didn't find an old slip. They found history. These were strong people, strong-willed people. And that's what came to America.
Many direct descendants of the Clotilda slaves still live in Africatown, where today they gathered to hear the details of the discovery.
Yes, it is Clotilda.
And we're covered up and everything else. But now it's real.
It's not my story.
But you get to tell it.
It's not my story, but it was a story that needed to be told.
Omar Villafranca, CBS News, Mobile, Alabama.
Here we go. More old wooden ships. Stories untold until now. All right, let's move on from ships to talking about the stuff that's beneath the ships. To Antarctica.
Antarctica's thinning ice glaciers have raised alarms about the urgency of climate change and offered researchers new depths for exploration. In tonight's In Depth, CBS's Dave Malkoff takes us under the ice where scientists discovered a new world.
This is a part of our planet never seen, an undersea world that's been unknown. Scientists aboard this international research vessel were on a January mission to the Antarctic Ocean. They were already encountering strange creatures like this incredibly rare phantom jelly. But the trip was about to get way more exciting.
So this ice shelf broke, and the scientists went to investigate what was underneath.
The team was 57 miles away when a chunk of ice the size of Chicago calved into the ocean, revealing seafloor that had never been accessible to humans. So they monitored the...
We covered this story earlier. This is like a montage that CBS did earlier. We covered the story. I'm much less excited than these people. Like, I don't find this exciting at all. I find it the opposite of... I find it horrifying. A piece of ice the size of Chicago broke off the Antarctic ice shelf. That seems bad.
Over satellite and raced there in one day to lower a submersible robot more than 1,000 meters deep into the ocean to explore.
It's like, great, we get to see what was under it, but the reason we can see it is bad. Maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we should focus on the reason for all the Arctic shakeup. I'm not saying we shouldn't do the research, but that's all they talked about in this story, if I recall correctly. They just sort of completely ignored the climate change aspect of it, which I found strange. Okay. All right. If you couldn't figure it out, we are heading into the environmental half at this point. Figured I would transition us from technology to environmental stuff in this way. I don't know if I've done well or not, honestly, but I'm trying my best. Let's go here. PBS NewsHour from yesterday. A look at some of the 2025 New additions to the UNESCO World Heritage List. Fascinating. Tell us more, PBS. Who's on the list?
And finally tonight, a look at some of the places that UNESCO, the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, has added to its list of World Heritage Sites. The Pyramids of Giza, Yellowstone National Park, the Taj Mahal, some of the more than 1,200 cultural sites around the world that UNESCO has deemed to be of outstanding value to humanity.
I'm delighted to welcome you to the 47th session of the World Heritage Committee.
In Paris this month, a committee met to add to that list, something that's been done nearly every year since 1978. The 26 new sites reflect the wide range encompassed by UNESCO's criteria. In Cambodia, 2 prisons and a site where, in the 1970s, the Khmer Rouge regime carried out mass torture and executions. Atrocities depicted in the 1984 award-winning film, The Killing Fields. Now a memorial, UNESCO says the buildings went from being centers of repression to places of peace and reflection. At a ceremony in Phnom Penh earlier this week, the nation's culture minister hailed the UNESCO designation.
It is the new great national honor for Cambodian people and the nation on the world stage, and this is a model for the world.
In Malaysia, a new UNESCO site teems with life, a man-made tropical forest about 10 miles northwest of Kuala Lumpur. It was once barren land, scarred and degraded in the 1920s by tin mining. UNESCO says it represents a pioneering reforestation effort. In Germany, a castle fit for a fairy tale. Neuschwanstein in Bavaria was Walt Disney's inspiration when he created his company's logo. It's one of 4 19th century grand palaces built for King Ludwig and honored UNESCO.
There we go. Bunch of new landmarks making it onto the UNESCO World Heritage List to be protected by humanity for the future generations out there looking to appreciate the glory of both nature and of human civilization. Is the stream lagging right now? What's happening over here? What in the fuck? It's like completely frozen. What in the shit? What is the deal, man? Hold on, let me try something here. I don't know if this will help. This might be too low. Hopefully that helps. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Can't be having all that lag. I see it. It's bad. It's bad lag. Not cool. Yeah, I'm experiencing buffering over here as well, Cheetah Man. All right, let's appreciate nature some more. Starting in Hawaii. Is it still lagging? Maybe I should wait. I'm gonna wait a second. I'm gonna wait until it looks like it's not lagging anymore. Hopefully what I just did solves it. Okay, there we go. That looks smooth. There we are. There we are. Okay. Let's try this again. Into Hawaii. To Hawaii Volcanoes National Park. We're going to appreciate some wildlife.
New tonight, drivers are being urged to slow down inside Hawaii Volcanoes National Park to watch out for flocking nene geese. Park officials say it's the time of year when nene begin to gather and establish bonds at HVNP ahead of nesting season. And that there are many birds near the Visitor Welcome Center and in the Kilauea Military Camp parking lot. So if you are headed to the park to view the next Kilauea eruption, park officials ask that you watch out.
Yes, save the geese. Save the nene geese in particular. Don't drive so fast. That's dangerous. You stop that. Okay. Now let's go back to the oceans, where a very large tiger shark was caught on camera swimming into I always forget how you say this one. Waianae Boat Harbor.
Hey everybody, check out those stripes. Crowds gathered as a tiger shark swam right into Waianae Boat Harbor just before noon today. The big fish was focusing on something in the rocks along the main road. People on social media say the shark is a regular at the harbor. Alani, what do you think? How big is that shark?
Oh, 10 feet?
That's what I was thinking. 8 or 10 feet? Not the biggest,
No.
but big enough.
That is
big
really
enough.
close.
It certainly is.
Too close for comfort.
That thing is plenty big. That's a big old shark. All right. Now, two Hawaiian fishermen got up close with a couple of whales earlier this week. Here's Hawaii News Now from 4 days ago.
New tonight, up close with killer whales off the Big Island.
Yeah, the incredible encounter had two fishermen so stoked we had to censor their reactions.
Holy
dude.
Holy
illegal.
That's Dalton Umayam and his friend Kobe Miller. Umayam says they were fishing for ahi about 7 miles off the Kona coast yesterday afternoon when the pod of about 10 orcas swam by. Based on his 16-foot boat, Umayam estimates the biggest orca was about 20 feet long. And even though he's been fishing all his life, he says this was his first encounter with those orcas.
Very cool. All right, Steph.
That is cool. It's freaking sweet. 10 orcas. And for whatever reason, these orcas completely left the boat alone. We've seen instances where orcas have attacked boats in the past. Perhaps these two have some sort of a pact with the whales we're unaware of. All right. Speaking of sailing, let's go here. Trans-Pacific Yacht Race was held this week. Hawaii News Now again with the story. A lot of Hawaii news today. It does happen. Hawaii is a fun place. I mean, come on.
This
How
is
can you not have
Hawaii
fun
News
in a place
Now.
that looks like
Welcome
this?
This year's Trans-Pacific Yacht Race has come to a close with a historic finish. Congratulations to the crew of the vessel Restless on taking first overall. Allie Bell is the first female skipper in the event's over century-long history to win the King Kalakaua Trophy. They crossed the finish line Sunday night to cap off a 2,200-mile journey that lasted 8 days, 12 hours, 5 minutes, and 49 seconds.
Nothing like this happens without a huge community of people, and I'm here only because of people that came before me and the people who have put this race on and have supported us in our journey.
Now, this is Bell's 5th Transpac crossing, her first time as skipper.
There we go. One woman winning the Trans-Pacific Yacht Race. First woman to ever win the race, apparently. It was her first year as skipper. Very impressive stuff.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, if you were planning on enjoying the summer with some music, say, I don't know, catching the Steve Miller Band, which was planning to do a tour this summer, has called off their tour. Canceled it. They claim it is due to extreme weather, which is making it too dangerous to tour. Climate change, ruining summer, ruining fun.
All right, deadly flash floods in Texas, ravaging storms in the Northeast, sweltering heat waves, and all of this, the past month, has brought a disastrous onslaught of extreme weather impacting every aspect of our lives, even music. On Wednesday, the Steve Miller Band, an iconic rock star and band who has been performing since the 60s, canceled his band's long-awaited 31-concert North American tour. In an Instagram post, Miller shared that, I'm quoting now, the combination of extreme heat, unpredictable flooding, tornadoes, hurricanes, and massive forest fires make these risks for you, our audience, the band, the crew, unacceptable. You can blame it on the weather. The tour is canceled. CNN's chief climate correspondent Bill Weir is joining us right now. I mean, Bill, that is saying...
This is sad. This is sad. But this is, I mean, the reality that we are living in now. It's becoming more and more dangerous just to do normal human activities. And we could be doing a lot more to stop these things from happening. But instead, we have people like Donald Trump, who are ushering in an age of anti-science and fossil fuel praise, rather than trying to find alternatives to fossil fuels, rather than trying to find green energy solutions and engineering a better world. We're making it worse. Making it worse.
A lot. That weather is forcing the Steve Miller Band to end the tour before it even gets underway.
And you know what? He has taken a beating online from skeptics who say, actually, it was ticket sales that made this decision, and don't blame the weather on that. But this is a very real concern, especially in the outdoor festival industry.
Yeah,
Bonner, the big festival in Tennessee, for the second time in the last 4 years, was canceled because of flooding there. They haven't announced dates for next year. That's an ominous sign. A bunch of smaller festivals have canceled this summer. And the insurance rates, like you may not believe Steve Miller or may not believe in climate change, but insurance companies do. And the increased prices for promoters becoming prohibitive.
Okay, all those incredible points, and maybe that will silence some of the critics. I mean, you know, of course, people want to see their favorite artists, but
thanks to climate change, we can no longer have anything nice. That's it. Sorry, humanity. We prefer to burn fossil fuels than get infinite energy from the sun. All right. Let's go to this. This is an inspiring story. One species in Colorado is propagating itself, one which was struggling in the past. Efforts have been made for the conservation of this species. Yes, I am talking about wolves.
Well, Colorado is now home to 3 new wolf packs. Denver 7's been closely following the wolf reintroduction program. The packs were discovered in Jackson, Routt, and Rio Blanco counties. It's unclear just how the packs got to the state. We reached out to CPW for details, but they said they are waiting to speak until after tomorrow's commission meeting. Now, in May, we spoke with the agency's wolf monitoring and data coordinator, Brenna Cassidy, and she told us about their goal for reintroduction and how more packs are a good thing.
We don't have a number on the exact number of packs that we want, but reproduction is the goal. We can bring wolves in, we can translocate wolves, but we need them to reproduce naturally in Colorado. So we'll see what the wolves decide to do, but they are very, very good at finding each other and reproducing naturally.
There we go. It's beautiful. Nature healing itself. Of course, wolves were under threat in multiple western states in the past due to ranchers killing them off in many cases. They were vilified by communities. But they're beautiful, majestic, and important part of the ecosystem. Okay. While we're talking environmental stuff, climate change, floods, canceling concerts. Let's see what Texas Democrat Julie Johnson had to say about Kristi Noem over her Texas flood response. Of course, Kristi Noem is in charge of FEMA. Let's go here.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to mourn the loss of so many lives across Texas. We lost the hope of our future, so many children, so many beautiful girls who just went to camp to have a good time, to bond with their friends, and to have that time that we all cherish from our memory and our own childhood. And too many lives have been lost, and we have the responsibility as members of government to have a look at why, what happened, what could we do better, and how can we make sure that things like this never, ever, ever happen again. What we know, unfortunately, is that partisan politics had a role. Republicans have historically denied the ongoing effects of climate change and what is happening in our country. Over the last decade, we've had more and more intense storms, unexpected, throughout the entire country, but surely in Texas. We've had freezes that have killed hundreds of people, and now we had a 1 in 100-year catastrophic rainstorm that produced horrific floods and tragic loss of life. And what happened in this policy is that Republicans at every level of government in our state failed the people of Texas. At the local level, they refused to have support grants from the Biden administration that would have put in place critical sirens and warning equipment that would have warned these kids at this camp to get out and flee and seek higher ground. What we know is that communities that accepted these resources, they all survived. The warnings worked. This community didn't want to accept help from a Democrat. And now we have hundreds of people that are dead. Requests were made from the state to help, ultimately. And our governor denied requests 3 times for over $1 million each time that would have again tried to provide warning equipment, again failing. And now what we have in our federal government is FEMA. FEMA is designed to be there as a last resort for communities when these unimaginable tragedies strike. FEMA trains and provides our first responders, the first line of defense, the people that go in and risk their lives at a time when it is most dangerous. And they can't do it alone, and FEMA provides critical training, resources, and supplementation. FEMA is designed to have immediate response within a minimum of 15 hours. But under President Trump and his canceling of FEMA, defunding FEMA, firing FEMA employees, terminating hundreds of FEMA employees, it was over 72 hours before critical resources were brought into Texas. 72 hours is critical when you're floating in a river and you need help. 72 hours makes the difference between life and death in these situations.
Exactly. 72 hours is fucking ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
It is complete, just shirking of their duty. They completely failed these kids and these people in Texas. It's honestly shocking to me that people aren't holding them to account. That's weird. Why are we lagging still? We're still getting like a little bit of lag, and I hate it. Doesn't make sense. It's really annoying to me. We had the lag situation solved, I thought. That is hella frustrating to me. I wish I knew what the problem was. Like I do one thing and then it solves it, then stops, then it goes back to being terrible. It's very frustrating to me. I don't know what to think sometimes about all that. All right. Sorry, I'm just adjusting settings right now, trying to solve this fucking lag situation. Let's go. Keep going here. Talking about the environment. Let's talk about something that we can actively do to at least mitigate the effects of climate change. Not solve climate change, but make life more livable for humans experiencing the effects of climate change. Here's PBS SoCal. 4 days ago. Talking about trees, people. Talking about trees. No, not those kinds of trees. You know, the trees that you plant in the ground and then they grow up. Leaves, bark.
Extreme heat is the #1 weather-related killer in the United States.
The same places that don't have access to trees are the same places that don't have access to other kinds of green space, and that inequity is not random.
I think the term for it would probably be environmental racism.
It really is about planning trees as infrastructure for people.
Another searing day baking California.
Extreme heat is the #1 weather-related killer in the United States.
In 2023, a record-breaking 2,325 people died from heat in the United States. In urban areas with dense roads, machinery, buildings, and a lack of ample vegetation, temperatures can measure 20 degrees or higher than in rural or underdeveloped lands, impacting the lives and health of residents. But scientists and organizations are finding a way to mitigate the impact. Trees.
This presentation is made possible in part by a grant from Anne Ray Foundation, a Margaret A. Cargill philanthropy, and the Orange County Community Foundation.
We boiled down all of the hundreds of census tracts in the city of Los Angeles, and this led us to this particular neighborhood of Central Alameda.
Less than 1% of Los Angeles' population lives in nearly a quarter of the total tree canopy. Central Alameda is one of the most densely populated neighborhoods in Los Angeles County, but it has less than half the tree coverage of the citywide average. With little shade and poor protection from the canopy, residents are exposed to higher temperatures.
We know that extreme heat is one of the deadliest climate impacts across the country, and especially for LA County. This is the one that's having the most impact on people's health and on people's lives.
Cuando no teníamos árboles, sufríamos mucho nosotros en este apartamento.
Okay, now unfortunately, parts of this, they did not get subtitles in here. I don't know why. They didn't do translations or subtitles, and I have no way of knowing what people are saying.
Paul Revere Williams was built in 19.
Trees are the same places that don't have access to other kinds of green space, clean air or clean soil, or affordable housing or fresh and healthy foods. So even though those policies are in the past, they're, the legacies of those policies are very much still present and felt by communities who live here today.
Temperatures.
Yep. Inequity in our society is passed down and in some cases exacerbated. And not having trees is terrible for humans, especially amidst this, increasingly hotter climate that we're living in. No trees, no shade.
Neighborhoods can vary drastically based on tree coverage. Studies have measured differences of 10 degrees or more between areas with tree coverage and without, impacting not just outside temperatures, but indoor temperatures as well.
We had one of our study sites, which was a home in Huntington Park with no shade, with no trees. We had a temperature reading of 107 degrees on the hottest day recorded in Los Angeles. To have an indoor temperature of 107 degrees over a sustained period of time, you could be among the healthiest, you could be an Olympic athlete, but that kind of exposure over a few hours is bound to have sometimes irreparable,
Even in our own homes, under threat from the heat. Without trees, you're hotter. Even if you're inside. Terrible. Just terrible. We need to regreen our cities. Improve these things somehow. All right, let's go here to New York, CBS New York from 2 days ago. A woman has been fined for replacing her lawn with native plants. Come on! This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
Native plants. Meaning they should be where they are. It's insane.
A very natural look. Butterfly.
This is insane. This woman's doing something good for the environment. She's being fined money.
A very natural look. Butterflies, bees, and birds coming. It's not just some grass doing nothing.
But her village mayor sees it very differently.
When ugly is that overwhelming, you have to call it what it is.
Wow.
That front yard looks hideous.
That's rude.
How rude.
Hideous, I disagree.
Growth of a town of North Hempstead grant to encourage native plant gardens.
Wow, free plants. Great. I'm taking that.
But the look clashes with her village code. She received this summons with a fine of up to $2,000.
Failed to maintain yard.
Zhang says this is maintained. Native Long Island plants grow without chemicals and help absorb rainwater. But the mayor says the transformation is troubling.
Which property would you like to live next door to?
Native plant advocates here in Port Washington have launched a movement to get suburbanites to ditch their lawn.
The fucking guy is a crybaby. What does he have against that woman?
They say gardens like this one are more attractive because of their benefits.
Sustainable gardens are not just beautiful for the eye, they protect our drinking water. We're trying to move away from these big green lawns that are sucking up too much water from our aquifer.
There are lots of towns on Long Island which are actually encouraging people to put in wildflowers because they don't want all that pollution going into the bay.
After 4 rounds in court, a compromise, the summons dismissed, the garden can stay at a height of under 4 feet. Mayor says for the idea to catch on, he thinks the look should be more pleasing.
There potentially is a happy...
Oh, it needs to look more pleasing. Oh, God. The poor aesthetics of the neighborhood. What about the property values? Jesus Christ. The NIMBYs strike again. Thankfully, this woman has been allowed to keep her garden. Now let's go to Alberta, Canada, where they have created a program to address food insecurity.
The Alberta Avenue Community Centre has created a new program aiming to address food insecurity while teaching people new skills. CTV's Merrick DeCash has more.
Jacob Ulicki started working at the Alberta Avenue Community Garden 4 months ago.
The first harvests have been radishes, kale, lettuce, leafy greens. As the season goes on, we'll have root crops. So pretty much everything that is in here is serving a purpose.
Through his new initiative called Growing Together, Ulicki is helping community members grow their own food and develop practical gardening skills.
There's a lot of food insecurity happening across Edmonton more than ever. Budget challenges, farm closures. So Growing Together is utilizing space that we had in order to provide free food for the community.
Anybody is able to participate in the program by filling out a form on the Community League's website.
It makes the garden look fantastic. It's feeding people. People are excited about it. People are learning things. We have events in our garden space here behind me, and people wander the gardens and look, and they're like, oh, I never thought of that. Oh, that's a good technique. I'll have to do that at home. So people are, just by observing the garden, are learning.
As of right now, 35 families have plots on the outer ring of the garden. The middle area is reserved for the Growing Together project. Like last week,
this is the sort of stuff we should be doing with our land, with our lawns, rather than just making them, you know, filled with just grass that are probably not native to wherever you happen to be, and then mowing it constantly, usually with something powered by the oil and petroleum industry. You could do this. You can make food. We can put native plants in our lawns. Try and restore the natural bounty of our geographical locations. All better ideas than lawns. And having little tantrums over someone's lawn not looking a specific way. Probably should stop doing that. You stop that. Okay. Let's go on. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about how we ever got fruit in the first place. Not human, just on the planet. Let's talk about how the planet, how fruit came into existence on planet Earth. By the way, I just want to remind everybody, we still got, I think, about 1 hour.
Big news,
left.
dino lovers, and I mean...
Please help. Please stop me. Please stop, sir. God damn it. What was I saying? What was I saying? Oh, right. Right. We've got 52 minutes and 57 seconds left to complete the goal. We are not at 1 of 10. We are at 8 of 10. We are combining both the super chats from the first stream and from the Sunday FUNDAY stream. Ah, that's right. 2 streams for the price of 1, people. Only 1 goal. So yeah, we were at 8 of 10. We need 2 more super chats, super stickers, or $10 donated on either Cash App or PayPal. All of those things would count to the goal. And if you donate on Cash App or PayPal, that will also count towards the galactic deficit, which we are still trying to finance. We're at $28 of $375 needed to pay all the galactic bills. Otherwise, galactic internet is going to get shut off. Not going to be able to do the stream anymore, and then everyone's going to be very sad. Aww. But you have an opportunity to both make sure that we get all the content and contribute to that goal. Cash App, PayPal, Patreon as well. Are the ways to do that. All right, let's talk about how fruit became a thing on this planet. PBS Terra, I think, or Eon? PBS Eons. PBS Eons. Now no longer funded by the U.S. government.
Big Walking with Dinosaurs is back on PBS after 25 years, bringing these iconic creatures to life with the latest research and state-of-the-art visual effects. Head to the link in the description to learn more.
Over 66 million years ago, in a late Cretaceous forest, the ground rumbled as a giant approached. A titanosaur measuring nearly 40 meters long and weighing around 70 tons came crashing through the vegetation. The lumbering megaherbivore shattered branches and trunks, trampled ferns and flowers, and broke open gaps in the canopy, causing bright beams of sunlight to stream through to the forest floor. For the poor plants of this ancient forest, this was just another chaotic day in the Mesozoic. These ancient ecosystems weren't just ruled by giant dinosaurs, they were also constantly being shaped or engineered by them too. Enormous dinosaurs were so widespread and so common for so long that they became a force of nature in their own right, having huge impacts on the evolution of the species around them. And after around 160 million years of giant herbivorous dinosaurs crashing through these forests, the plants that lived there had adapted to cope. Because of the regular disturbance, ancient flowering plants, or angiosperms, mostly evolved to play the reproductive odds, producing lots of small seeds with little investment in each one. But when those giant dinosaurs suddenly disappeared during the KPG mass extinction, the ecological dynamics of planet Earth were altered forever in ways.
My God. Altered forever. One big rock coming down to Earth. Holy shit. Well, there we go. 2 different super chats completing our goal. Puerto Rican, I don't have much, but I do love your content and channel, and I want to do what I can. Thank you, Puerto Rican. You're incredibly generous. I appreciate that. Aww. It's nice to know that you enjoy the content and channel, and you are always doing what you can. Your contributions do not go unnoticed. Not by this spaceman. Vicky also with the super chat. Simple, 3 words. Here you go. Vicky is beautiful. I appreciate you. And that completes the goal. I'm going to turn this off. 48 minutes we had left to complete the goal. Now we don't have to worry about that for the rest of the stream. It's now been completed. Combining both the super chats from this stream and from last stream, we have exceeded it. I very much appreciate all of you who have contributed to the goal. I'm sure that others who are currently watching this without contributing also appreciate it. Without all of you, we would cease to exist. All right, back to figuring out why the hell we have fruit on this planet exactly.
The ecological dynamics of planet Earth were altered forever in ways that we're still feeling the effects of today. And it seems that one of the most surprising effects of the cascade of changes that played out in the wake of their extinction may have been the evolution of a new world that was absolutely full of fruit. And with a lot of fruit came a lot of fruit eaters. Now, it's hard to imagine a world without fruit, but when you think about it, fruit's very existence is kind of bizarre. Fruit is the physical embodiment of an ancient co-evolutionary dance between plants and animals that stretches far into the deep past. A colorful, juicy token of friendship emerging from a symbiotic relationship at least 100 million years in the making. See, plants spend extra energy and resources to develop big seeds with nutritious and delicious coatings to attract fruit eaters. And those fruit eaters in turn pay the plant back by dispersing the seeds far and wide. Fruit, then, is a strategy, and it has been so successful in our modern world that scientists estimate that in tropical forests today, up to 94% of woody plants produce some kind of fleshy fruit. And this works so well because most of the animals in those forests have evolved to take part in the relationship, becoming at least partly fruit-eating or frugivorous. A win-win, right? Well, like all evolutionary strategies, producing fruit only pays off when the ecological circumstances are just right. And until fairly recently in our planet's history, in geological terms, the world simply wasn't ready for fruit. Starting in the mid-1980s, researchers hypothesized that the big dinosaurs of the Mesozoic era, the largest megaherbivores to ever walk the Earth, acted as powerful ecosystem engineers, defining the evolution of the plant life around them.
Something weird just happened.
Ecosystem engineers, defining the evolution of the plant life around them. These researchers argued that the fossil record shows that the reproductive strategy of early flowering plants was a response to the chaotic environment of those constantly disturbed forests. The plant's survival strategy was to produce as many offspring as possible in the hopes that at least some found the right opportunity to thrive, even if most didn't. This is what ecologists
Okay, all right, we're going to end the ancient fruit talk. Now, according to PBS in this video, they go on to say that basically fruit just didn't make sense when you have giant dinosaurs stomping around the forest, destroying all the fruit, and no tiny mammals around to eat it. And so, this, what do you call it? This evolutionary plant phenomenon known as the fruit, which we all enjoy these days, wouldn't have ever existed had the dinosaurs continued to exist on the planet. Okay, I am still noticing lag. It's intermittent, but it is annoying to me. And I don't know what the problem is. We did a stream. We just did a stream right before this. Right? Like, we literally did a stream right before this. It was perfect. There was no lag. Now it wants to play the laggy games with us, and I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate it one bit. Speaking of fruit, let's talk about an explosive fruit-related news story here in Canada. Did you know if watermelons get too hot, they can literally explode? Well, here we go.
It popped like a balloon. Water went everywhere.
You may have seen videos like this circulating online.
Can anybody out there tell us what the hell is going on with our watermelon?
Of watermelons oozing foam, the insides turned to mush. One CTV viewer who wished to remain anonymous because of his work sent us these pictures. of a watermelon he bought earlier this month that exploded on his kitchen counter hours after he brought it home from the store.
It's actually a very natural process of fermentation, basically.
Food industry expert Sylvain Charlebois says it's actually not uncommon for watermelons to explode during extreme heat.
Sugar gets converted into gas inside the watermelon when it gets really, really hot, especially in the summer.
And because the peel is thick and airtight, pressure can quickly build.
You can easily make a natural bomb out of it because it's so tight and the gas will stay inside.
Charlebois says it's a good idea to check watermelons for bumps or dents before buying them. Signs the watermelon has already started to ferment, usually because of a mistake during transportation.
Sometimes.
My God, who knew? Watermelons can be explosive in the heat. Pressure builds up in their airtight skin and then eventually gets released as the fruit continues to ferment from the inside. There you go. 2 explosive fruit-related stories back to back. One explaining how we have fruit to begin with, and another literally exploding over the kitchens of people and places. Okay. Back to dinosaurs. There's a rare young dinosaur fossil that's been found and is expected to be the most expensive ever auctioned. Big dinosaur money.
It was first opened up by international history, and all of the most famous dinosaur finds.
Sorry, please hold. Gotta give you the full thing here. Gotta see the full wraparound video. This young Ceratosaurus fossil was sold for $30.5 million at Sotheby's. It's the 3rd most expensive dinosaur skeleton ever auctioned.
Any juvenile dinosaur is super important, super rare. Their fragile bones rarely survive the fossilization process or rarely survive being eaten by another dinosaur. Baby dinosaurs were particularly tempting to other adult dinosaurs, so it's just not something that you find fossilized. And they're so important scientifically because they allow us to see how dinosaurs grow. You compare the skull, you compare other parts of the anatomy, we understand the types of changes that they undergo through their lifetime. It's incredibly rare.
What was that? According to Sotheby's, the new owner plans to loan the specimen to an institution. Ah.
Aren't I a good guy?
What a nice guy.
It's incredibly rare to find a complete skull. All of the little fine bones are present. And it was found disarticulated, which is really important.
Sweet. Totally awesome, dude. Full baby dinosaur skeleton sold at auction for $30 million. Perhaps to be seen at a museum near you. Speaking of things to go check out with your eyes and enjoy the aesthetics of, I suppose. Let's go here to the New York. What's this called? I can't remember the name of this garden right now. Whatever, let's go to New York. Enjoy the sunflowers. They're bringing to light all the flowers that Van Gogh painted. I get it now. Sunflowers, irises. What are these? Peonies? Go. Look for everybody inside the botanical gardens in New York, where they are celebrating the artwork of Van Gogh. Pretty cool. Is that the Brooklyn one? Okay, thank you, Columbia Rican. Yeah, I couldn't remember the specific name of this place. All right. Now, before we leave North America, I figured we would look into this horrifying news story in Canada. A heist of epic proportions happening on a farm in Canada. Shocking.
RCMP in southern Manitoba are asking you to keep an eye out for a rather hard-to-miss item that was stolen earlier this month. Mounties in Carmen say someone stole a windmill. Yes, a windmill similar to this one from a property in the RM of Gray sometime between July 4th and 6th. The RM is about an hour west of Winnipeg.
How do you figure you steal something like that? I mean, what do you have to have like a freaking like a semi-truck ready to go or something? How do you steal a 25-foot tall windmill? This is the heist of the century. How do you steal the freaking massive windmill off of the ground? This is a ridiculous story. It's very strange. All right. I have no update on that. It's a mystery of a Canadian variety. No one knows where this windmill has gone. It has disappeared. Local authorities and Mounties, or whatever they're called, are looking for insight into this horrifying crime.
Illegal.
Okay. Let's see here. Where are we? Ah, yes. Okay. All right. Let's go across the Atlantic to Britain, where an important wildlife counting regimen is taking place along the River Thames. That's right. The royal count of King Charles's swans. Yes, supposedly all swans belong to King Charles as long as they are on the River Thames. Honestly, I don't understand it fully. But they're King Charles's geese, but they're just minding their own fucking business, honestly. Just living their geese lives. Swans. Sorry. Sorry to any bird listeners out there. Not geese, swans. You have to do the royal swan count. Here we go.
Did you know the king technically owns all unmarked mute swans in England and Wales? It might sound like a bit of a relic of the past, but the tradition behind it is still going strong today, and it matters now more than ever.
Does it?
Each July, a team of experts and volunteers set off on a 5-day journey up the River Thames in an event that's called swan-upping. What began in the 12th century as a royal census is now focused on...
They're upping the swans? How would you up them? Leave them where they are.
What began in the 12th century as a royal census is now focused on conservation efforts. Swan families are caught, they're checked, they're measured and tagged as well, and it's all about monitoring the health of the population and the river they live in.
Today, it's all about conservation and education.
Look at this fucking guy.
So we travel 79...
Look at this guy. The royal swan counter himself. Red jacket. Even a tie with the little swan in the middle. He's got a hat with a crown and a swan feather going straight through it. There's no way to not know that this man's job is the swan counting. It's a very serious job. Everybody take this seriously, please.
Miles in 6 traditional rowing skiffs. We go up the river, and each family of swans we come across with young cygnets, we will circle our wooden boats around them. We will work them in closer and closer together until we can actually lift them out of the water by hand.
This year's swan upping comes as a new climate report from the Met Office shows just how much more extreme the UK's weather has become. Winters are wetter, storms are more intense, and flooding is now one of the biggest threats to nesting swans.
Okay. It's serious. It's important. It's an important job with a silly outfit. Okay, because this is important, keeping track of, threatened species and just being aware of these climate issues. It just, the outfit makes me giggle. Okay, it's very silly. There we go. His Majesty's swans counted officially. Thank God. All right, let's go a little north to Iceland, where spectacular volcanic eruptions caused the shutting down of multiple spas, but left tourists in awe. Here's the AP from yesterday. There really truly is something majestic and sort of awe-inspiring about volcanic eruptions, especially at night when the red. It's just something about it, just power, I guess.
This is the first time that I saw volcano and
What are you doing to me?
I almost want to cry out. I feel like it's like the heartbeat of the earth. And humans are so small. And then we are witness the earth are heartbeating with, its breath, like the volcano.
It's very special because it's our last night here in Iceland, and we see that lot of places that were like wonderful, but this is a piece of cake, we can say, because it was something very special for us, and we're grateful to Iceland.
There we go. People visiting Iceland, treated to an incredible volcanic display on the island. Now, a lot of tourism in the country involves these volcanoes, as well as the spas which these volcanoes basically make possible, right? All the what do you call them? Like the hot springs and all this stuff wouldn't exist without these volcanoes.
That's hot.
Yes, it is hot. Very true. All right. Now, let's go to, where was this? Spain? No, Hungary, I think. AP archive from 2 days ago. Climate change threatening precious troves of medieval texts. Ancient libraries under attack from beetles, which are thriving in the heat. This is an advanced insect infestation which has been detected in several parts of the library, but the entire collection is classified as infected and must be treated all at the same time. My God. Look at this. They have all of these bookcases, like literally vacuum sealed. You can tell they're vacuum sealed by the fact that you can see the pressure pushing against the sides of these plastic freaking bags. Holy fuck. They are going in on this restoration. But you look at some of these books and it is horrifying. These beetles are decimating these fucking books.
Egy előre haladott rovarfertőzésről van szó, ami a könyvtár több részén észleltek, ezért a teljes állomány fertőzöttnek minősül, az egész állományt egyszerre kell kezelni. A lényege az, hogy
we have to remove all the books from the shelves, put them into boxes, and then hermetically sealed plastic sacks. Inside them, an anoxic disinfection process takes place. Basically, we create an oxygen-free environment in which insects perish, since oxygen is necessary for their survival. Wow. That's quite a process. So they are just starving the bugs of oxygen, along with the books. Jesus Christ. Every day I experience being the guardian and caretaker and custodian of this very valuable collection of books. When I see a book chewed up by a beetle or infested, in any other way, I feel that no matter how many copies no matter how many copies are published, and how replaceable the book is, a piece of culture has been lost. Not gonna lie, so a lot of these books are looking real non-replaceable. Like some of these just look super old. Maybe that's just me. Higher temperatures are favorable for the life of these insects. They are quite inactive below 20 degrees Celsius. Below that, their activity slows down. But above that, they're very active. Yeah, these books are looking extra old, dude. Look at these things. People aren't making books like this anymore. Barely. My God. Book under attack from bugs thriving amidst climate change. Hotter temperatures in this Hungarian town. It's okay, books don't breathe much. Haha. Very funny. Some of these books, I assume, are almost completely ruined. Who knows how many fucking millions of dollars it would take to restore all these books. That right now, they're just de-infesting the books. After that, they have to try and figure out ways to actually repair the books, one would assume. All right, let's go to Morocco, where people are using a strange method to transform fog into drinking water.
Abdesalam Amiri's olive trees are dead, killed by the drought that's gripped Morocco for the past 6 years.
We used to call this land faid, literally abundant water. There was water everywhere, end of story. It used to be a region where there was enough water. Now, if you want to find it, you have to dig 160 or even 240 meters. But to drill that deep, you need money. Look, everything is dry. There isn't a drop of water left there. There's nothing left. Everything is dead, and all of this is because of the drought.
He can no longer sell his olives. The vineyards also burnt down. Like him, many Moroccans are suffering from the lack of water. The country has experienced record heat waves of up to 50 degrees Celsius, and there's been less rain each year. The most isolated mountain villages are on the front line. In southern Morocco, these scientists set themselves a challenge to find water for those who no longer have any. And they succeeded. These huge nets, installed at altitudes above 1,200 meters, capture fog to extract water.
You see these nets? They're three-dimensional. So when the fog gets here, it's trapped. It's like a kind of spider web. And so the water has time to get trapped, to trickle down here. And then from there, it goes to the cistern below where everything is stored.
The location is ideal. The Sidi Ifni region is regularly covered in thick fog that gets pushed into the nets by cold currents from the ocean. This 100% green system collects an average of 37,000 litres of water each day, which is then distributed to neighbouring villages.
37,000 litres of water from a bunch of nets collecting moisture from the air. Quite an ingenious innovation here. Probably not enough to water crops, unfortunately, but enough to at least provide water for people without it. No water, no live. What my made-up grandfather always said. No water, no live, indeed. Okay. Now let's go to Hong Kong. Horrifying situation there as Typhoon Wipa. I don't know how you pronounce this one. Typhoon Wipa is bearing down on the island as we speak. Associated Press from 20 hours ago. Hong Kong issues its highest storm warning as Typhoon Wipa hits. Supposedly very strong winds with this storm. I think I heard as high as 130 kilometers per hour. Why does it keep pausing? Stop that. And this was just the front end of the storm. Before the storm made landfall. I don't even think I have video since it's made landfall. This was pretty recently that the storm was coming close to Hong Kong. Probably talk about this week if it actually winds up being as bad as
Hong Kong has issued its highest tropical cyclone warning as Typhoon Wipa approaches. Winds of more than 118 kilometers per hour are expected to hit the city, which is already being pounded by heavy rain. Residents have been told to stay indoors and hundreds of flights have been cancelled. Terry Wong is a manager of local disaster relief with the Hong Kong Red Cross, and he is joining us live from Hong Kong. Thank you very much for your time. So Hong Kong is now under the highest level warning. What are you expecting from the typhoon?
Yeah, thank you so much. The Hong Kong Observatory is issuing the highest warning level of typhoon. This signal is expected to remain in the coming 1 to 2 hours. So far, the typhoon has already displaced 200 people in the government-run temporary shelters, and also we received 200 reports of the fallen trees. We are expecting the typhoon is moving out of the Hong Kong area, so we will see what is the real impact to the communities.
And even as you're waiting to see the impact when the typhoon hits, I know that your teams have already been evacuating people in certain areas that have been affected by flooding.
Yes, indeed. So our Hong Kong Red Cross has been working on the ground. Yesterday, we conducted the pre-typhoon services in one of the vulnerable districts in the western parts of Hong Kong, namely Atoll. So we, together with the local organizations and governments, we delivered the early warning messages and distributed the preparedness item to over 200 households. We also
All right. Well, people attempting to prepare ahead of this storm as it makes landfall in Hong Kong. Let's keep going through the environmental stories here. Let's go here. PBS Terra. Talk about coastal islands.
By the end of the century, we're likely to see around 1 meter of sea level rise. Coastal cities and towns all over the world will be impacted.
Let's not forget that this video is brought to you by PBS Terra, an organization which was just funded. Maya's job here is under threat, thanks to Donald Trump, and Republicans who have taken back all the funding that they promised to PBS.
By the end of the century, we're likely to see around 1 meter of sea level rise. Coastal cities and towns all over the world will be impacted, but perhaps nowhere more than the low-lying atoll islands of the Pacific and Indian Ocean. Many of these islands could be uninhabitable by 2050, or so scientists thought. A shocking 2010 paper showed the opposite. The vast majority of the 27 atolls studied remained stable or had even grown. But is this story really that simple?
It doesn't tell the whole story.
That was not the story at all that I wanted to go out.
The actual story, it turns out, is much more interesting.
Our hypothesis is that the problem is the solution.
And that solution could actually help us understand how some coastal areas all over the world might adapt to the rising tide. And stay tuned, because we're going to take a look at how one of the most destructive forces on Earth might actually play a vital role in the survival of atoll islands. Atoll islands are a wild quirk of geology. They're ring-shaped islands formed atop coral reefs surrounding a lagoon. They're essentially burial sites for ancient volcanoes, formed when a volcano slowly erodes and sinks into the sea. Most of the world's atolls are in the Pacific Ocean, and they're truly magical places. But they're also incredibly vulnerable to climate change. The average elevation of atoll islands is less than 2 meters above sea level. And sea levels aren't just rising, they're rising faster and faster.
There's not too much variation in projections out in the next 30 years. Beyond that, though, the real elephant in the room is, what are the world's major ice sheets going to do it in Antarctica and Greenland?
By 2100, we're on track to see about 2 to 3 feet of sea level rise.
But it's plausible that global seas could rise upwards of 6 feet by the end of the century.
For people living on low-lying islands, sea level rise is truly existential. So when a series of studies came out showing that some atoll islands were in fact growing, there must have been a collective sigh of relief. Or was there? In 2018, Paul Kinch used aerial photography and satellite imagery to see how the atoll and reef islands of Tuvalu had changed between 1971 and 2014. And the results were pretty astounding. 8 of 9 atolls and almost 3/4 of the islands grew, increasing the overall land by 2.9%.
And that work has been repeated many, many times in other areas as well. In the Maldives, it was shown that more islands got bigger than smaller.
But the residents were having a different experience.
That's saying that we are not affected because our islands are growing bigger. But from our daily lives, we are experiencing the impact of climate change.
LeMace was fired up by these conflicting stories of his nation's demise and resilience. He wanted to study it himself, which eventually...
Yeah, and it's going to turn out that this framing that they're using regarding these islands getting bigger is a bit disingenuous, especially as it relates to the human cost involved in this. Because the islands are they're moving around, they're shifting around. The sand is being swept about by things like hurricanes, and tropical storm type activity. Still washing people's houses into the ocean.
To pursue a master's and PhD. He zeroed in on a small island on the rim of Funafuti, the capital of Tuvalu, and he collected data by drone to assess changes in not only the circumference of the island, but also its volume. He confirmed that the island was indeed growing, but he found something else too.
Results suggest that the Puka is expanding, but in terms of the volume, it's losing out.
The circumference had grown, but its elevation had decreased. So why is this happening?
The reason the islands got bigger is because there's also sand being added to the island by waves and currents. So you're losing a lot of sand from one side, and then you're smearing it out on the other side. That's a possibility. So the island looks bigger. The circumference of the islands got bigger. But has the island become more resilient?
The original studies had shown that atolls are dynamic. They're able to shift, reshape, and even grow. But if the islands are expanding by essentially spreading out their sediment, they might also be getting lower, which means more exposure to flooding and sea level rise. And with an average elevation of less than 2 meters, these atolls don't have height to lose. So can island nations like Tuvalu be saved?
At the moment, there's two options. One option is build a seawall around every atoll island. We're talking millions, tens of millions of dollars. You could also say that's not really a sustainable solution in the long run, because there'll be a point where the water will just basically come through the floorboards. Now, the other alternative is, okay, the flooding is going to become unbearable in 10, 20 years. Before that happens, we'll relocate you. It's after generations of living on an island, you basically take everyone and tell people to move. Now, I don't see either of these as viable solutions.
But there may be a third option, one that takes into account how these islands were formed in the first place.
Our hypothesis is that the problem is the solution. So the problem is the flooding, but the flooding is also the solution.
When the islands flood, the water brings with it sediment and deposits this sediment on top of the island.
That's how the islands formed in the first place. Now, that's not actually going to increase the circumference or the size of the island. It actually might even slightly decrease the size of the island, but it will increase the elevation of the island.
And a higher island is more resilient to the rising seas. This natural process relies on healthy coral, which creates the sediment that washes up on shore. And we know that coral bleaching is impacting reefs everywhere. And human infrastructure like seawalls, buildings, and roads prevents floods from depositing the sediment, which means some islands may be shifting but not growing taller as they have the potential to do. But there's a lot more research needed. Lemese has been trying to understand this dynamic process to better support his nation's survival.
I'm bringing in the wind and the waves data to really understand how those are affecting the island dynamics.
Scientists are also looking into the role of buffer zones, and these are areas with no human development where floods can be allowed to deposit sediment.
Is just keep a vegetated buffer zone around your island that is at least 25 or 30 meters wide. When we think the islands, if they're left as natural as possible, that they are able to move up and back with the rising sea level. So the islands will not drown, they will evolve.
For this process to work though, the island has to remain in a relatively natural state. Seawalls, for instance, block floodwaters, and with them, the sediment.
There we go. All right, PBS Terra with a in-depth discussion of atolls. This is honestly a subject that fascinates me because climate change, environmental science, all this stuff is something we talk about constantly around here. And of course, as things continue to change on this planet, we have to find ways to adapt. And this is an interesting conversation to be had right now, how we can utilize even the worst aspects of climate change to maybe strengthen things. So moats, yes, basically, but not really moats. They're just buffer zones between the coast and the human infrastructure filled with plants, native plants specifically. All right, one last discussion while we are down talking atolls in Southeast Asia. Let's go to Malaysia. As of recent days, Malaysia has announced that they will no longer be accepting plastic waste from the United States and other rich nations who have been dumping all of their plastic waste in this string of islands. Yeah. And, of course, Malaysia only started doing this after China originally refused to stop doing this back in 2019 or something like that. Places like Malaysia have taken up China's slack.
I have to have my China.
Now that's over. What next with all the plastic garbage?
The United States produces more plastic waste than any other country in the world, hundreds of tons per person. About 90% of it ends up in landfills, is burned or shipped overseas. Last year, more than 35,000 tons of it was shipped to Malaysia. Malaysia received more discarded plastic from rich nations than any other developing country. But last month, Malaysian leaders effectively banned future shipments. Anya Brandon is Director of Plastics Policy for the Ocean Conservancy. Anya, why are these rich nations like the United States shipping plastic waste to countries like Malaysia?
Yeah, it's a great question. Honestly, there's two big factors. One, we are simply making too much waste here at home to handle ourselves. You already said we're the #1 generator of plastic waste worldwide. The average American generates something like 200 pounds of plastic waste each and every year.
That is fucking
insane. And the second big reason is it is just cheaper to send it overseas than try to deal with it here ourselves.
We got to do something about that, America. 200 pounds of plastic waste every year. We need to stop doing that. We stop doing that, America. What are we doing? 200 pounds plastic every year? We have to start finding ways to stop using plastic at such an insane fucking rate. 200 pounds of thrown away plastic every year per person in the United States. That is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous. Sort of has led to our out of sight, out of mind approach, which is becoming painfully clear now that these other countries are no longer accepting our waste.
And what were these countries, or what are these countries doing with all of this?
Well, they try to recover and recycle what they can, but we know the sheer volume of what we are sending there and what other countries are sending there can make that all but impossible, which means that a lot of this waste ends up landfilled, illegally dumped, burned, or unfortunately ending up getting out into the environment and ultimately into our ocean.
And is that essentially why Malaysia is saying no more?
Exactly. Malaysia is joining a whole host of other countries that really started with China a few years ago, standing up to the United States and other countries and saying, no more. We do not want to keep being your dumping ground.
Not going to do
and
it, not going to
accepting
do it.
your
Wouldn't
waste
be
and
prudent
really
at this juncture.
Yeah, and honestly, Malaysia was sold a bunk bill of goods because we've been all lied to by the fossil fuel industries for years now. Plastic is not infinitely recyclable. Most of it is not recyclable, and only very specific types of plastic has to be cleaned. All this other shit is recyclable. Some tiny fraction of all plastic waste created is actually recyclable. And we've been lied to about that. And we need to stop accepting that lie. We also need to hold the liars accountable. And immediately switch to other things in every possible case that we can. Things like glass, aluminum. Even I've seen fungi alternatives. People doing all sorts of interesting things to try and get us to stop, to get off of this horrifying practice that we have been partaking in for so long. It is bad. It is bad. And nobody likes microplastics. Nobody likes all this stuff. And we've been told that it was safe and fine and recycled. As we can use as much as we want as long as we keep recycling it, even though we can't do that. You can't do that. Glass, you can recycle infinitely. Mostly aluminum can be recycled over and over and over and over again, but plastic, maybe 1 or 2 times. 1 or 2 times, and then it's completely useless. And it just goes straight into the garbage. Okay, we are 4 hours into the stream. We still got more stuff to talk about. Space news, Earth news. But first, we got to take a quick break. Don't worry, though. We'll be right back after these brief space messages. Alrighty, hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe and hit that bell icon too so that you'll miss a single episode of this Spacecast. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. A lot of great ways for you to show your support: YouTube, Cash App, PayPal. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your earned dollars is become a patron on Patreon. It's just $3 a month. That's 10 cents a day. Practically free. What else do you spend 10 cents a day on? So many sweet benefits, it's almost hard to list them. But you get an avatar of your choosing added to one of the break screens. You'll be hanging out by the pool, the bar, the lake, or in the galactic streets. Not only that, you get a sweet, sweet shout out at the end of every stream, secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much, much more. Anyway, chat, that's enough for me. Enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. knows what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the stream immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
It's not sooner. Although not immediately. Sooner than immediately, if not sooner. But I have to grab a drink. I just realized I'm out of tea over here. It's important to remain hydrated while galactic space casting, I have learned. Okay, I'll be right back. Let's do it, people. We left off talking environmental issues, and we're going to start off the third half, talking space news. And I've got a bunch of space news for us today. Whole bunch. I was like, you know what, today, Sunday, fun day. I feel like we need a little extra space news. It's been a crazy week. Let's start in, what was Chile? I think that's where this is. Let's talk about the Rubin telescope. A giant telescope which will map the entire universe in unbelievable detail. Nova PBS official. Another one of these These videos unfunded by the government.
These are some of the first images released by the new Vera Rubin Observatory, revealing a slice of the cosmos in more detail than ever before. Nova was at the observatory in Chile as scientists fired up the entire system for the first time. We'll show you the very first photo the telescope took in a moment. But first, what is this thing? And why does it have astronomers so excited?
We call it dark energy, but we really don't know what it is. Some people have spent 20 years waiting for this moment. It's fantastic.
The Vera Rubin telescope is massive.
I'm not gonna lie.
It's equipped with
and we've talked about this one before, but it's just so cool to me. Not gonna lie. Gigantic telescope in the middle of the Chilean mountains, looking to map the entire universe. I mean, come on.
Come on! The Vera Rubin telescope is massive. It's equipped with an 8.4 meter mirror and Earth's largest digital camera.
That is like 25 feet across.
With an 8.4 meter mirror.
That is a giant fucking mirror.
Too much, man!
And Earth's largest digital camera.
The camera has 3.2 billion pixels. That is by far the largest digital camera ever built. The camera has 3 lenses, is the largest lens ever built for astronomy, over 5 feet across.
And it's collecting a ton of data, quickly. It has already discovered over 2,100 new asteroids in just 10 hours of test observations. The telescope will gather more astronomical data in its first year than all the other optical telescopes in history combined. It will image the entire southern night sky every 3 to 4 nights.
The Rubin Observatory is unique in its capabilities. We can do things that no other telescope can really do. Compared to the space telescopes, Hubble or Webb, we see a huge part of the sky in every image. And we're designed to take images fast. The camera can collect the image in a little over 2 seconds. The telescope can move from one place to another in 5 seconds.
Over time, researchers will be able to detect new distant objects and see how they change. By observing them repeatedly and over the course of 10 years, they will put together a movie of the cosmos. By then, they will have gathered about 60 million billion bytes of imagery.
And we anticipate we will have about 40 billion objects, not million, billion with B, in our images. That will be the first time that astronomers cataloged more objects than there are living people on Earth.
We'll see every part of the sky almost 1,000 times. That gives us an extra dimension too. We'll see what...
Pretty incredible. Pretty incredible, folks, if you ask me. Incredible level, scale of engineering, human ingenuity. Attempting to do what man's never been able to do before. Map the entire universe. It's going to take an entire decade just for them to take all the photos that they need. 60, what was it, quintillion? $60 quintillion photos. All right. Let's go here for a quick space-based piece of news. Down in New York at, what is it called? Sotheby's? Auction happened. For one piece of space debris, I guess you might say. The largest Mars rock on planet Earth went up for auction.
The biggest Mars rock on Earth has a new owner. The 54-pound rock sold for $5.3 million at Sotheby's here in New York. The auction house says it's 70% larger than any piece of Mars found on Earth. A meteorite hunter found it in the Sahara Desert in 2023.
It's incredible that it made it through and then that it crashed in the middle of the desert instead of the middle of the ocean in a place where we could.
It's a little ridiculous, if you ask me.
This is ridiculous.
$5.3 million for a Mars rock while people are going hungry on the streets. Homeless people exist, but we are selling Mars rocks for $5 million. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. No further questions. Thank you. We were speculating. We watched part of the auction earlier this week. Speculating who it was that bought it. Probably like Elon. That's my guess. Who can spend $5 million on a piece of Mars? Elon Musk can. All right. Let's go here to the Star Talk podcast. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
There is a physicist, Kardashev, no relation to
Kim.
He wrote about levels of civilization by what means of energy do you command. And a level 1 civilization controls all the energy manifesting on your home planet. A level 2 would capture all the energy from its host star. And now you build a similar device that captures all the energy of all the stars in your galaxy. That'd be a level 3. And a level 4 would be all the energy of all the galaxies of all the universe. And there's a level 5, I think.
Yeah, that's called God.
God, okay. This is Star Talk, Cosmic Queries edition. In fact, it's not just Cosmic Queries, it's Cosmic Queries Live. Chuck, I love doing this.
Oh, yeah, man. Very cool.
Yeah, it's live for people who are like streaming us live right now.
Yes, and those people are Patreon supporters, and so you could be one too. If you give us some money, you can be here with us virtually.
You got to pay for that? Okay.
Hey, no. Listen.
Listen, Neil.
Nothing wrong. We're worth it.
We're worth it, exactly.
We are worth it.
That's a good point.
And it's also Cosmic Queries on the road. I'm in LA right now.
I'd like to take that opportunity.
Do you have in public talks?
To remind everybody.
Yeah, tonight in Riverside.
Me too. Excuse me, Neil.
And
please hold.
right leading up to
Please
on Friday,
stop.
I'm in Oakland.
Please
I don't
shut
get to
up.
Oakland often enough.
Okay.
I'm trying to do a shameless plug right now.
Would you stop?
You are killing me, sir. I'd like to remind everybody here, we too have a Patreon. We don't even make you become a patron to watch the show. No, you can watch the show live, but you can help contribute to the production of this show for the low, low price of $3 a month. That's 10 cents a day. My God. What else in your life are you spending less than 10 cents a day on?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Oakland ain't no joke, man.
Plus, they're angry because they just lost 3 professional teams or something. You know,
man, it's terrible. I know. And the Raiders, come on. Like, I still call them the Oakland Raiders. I don't care. So, yeah. So they're especially ornery, okay? So watch out.
So today is grab bag for us, right? What you got?
Here we go. I got them right here.
And if I don't know the answer, I'll just say I don't know the answer. Just be clear about that.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. All right, here we go. This is Smitty West. Smitty. He says, hey, dudes.
Hey, dudes.
It's Smitty from Ojai, California. A new Patreon
so it's
member.
Not dude, it's dude.
Oh, that's true. It's really like, dudes.
Dude.
Hey, dude.
Smitty West,
Thank
bro.
you. That's surely what the man sounds like.
That's
Okay.
what he
New
sounds
Patreon
like.
member,
Absolutely.
bro.
New
First
Patreon
question.
member with my very first question. And this is what he says. It seems gravity is the bastard force in nature. Speculation continue as to whether it's a force, a field, waves, or particles. Now that LIGO has detected gravity waves, I was wondering, could you somehow aim those waves at a double slit like the Thomas Young experiment of 1801? And what would it show? And would the slit... What would the slit be made of? Would it show particle wave duality? I'll share the Nobel Prize with you guys.
How generous.
That is
Aren't I
a
a good guy?
brilliant
How
question.
generous. Smitty.
That takes what we know and takes some other bits that we know and tries to put them together into some future idea. And that's what good scientific thinking will do.
Way to go, Smitty.
So,
Great job, Smit. That's the Smitmeister. Great Smit. Smitty from Ojai. The guy, he knows science, bro. He does. He knows it. All right, let's watch one more clip of this. One more clip. What do we do with an extra planet?
No, think, because if you just slightly change the charge on the electron, then all solid matter would just disassemble.
Oh, you just Thanos a whole universe. Oh man, that's crazy. That's insane.
By the way, I don't generally have those. I'm a peaceful person. This is that question drove me to these insane thoughts. Yes. So Chuck, time for 2 or 3 more. So what do you have?
All right, here we go. This is Isabella. She says, "Hi, Dr. Tyson and Lord Nice. Isabella and Sierra from Ogden, Utah. Our question is, what would our solar system look like if we had an extra planet? Either terrestrial or gaseous, and what would the implications of this be? Can a planet that can't be demoted, R.I.P. Pluto, 1930 to 2006, thanks to Neil Tyson."
Implicate me that way? I was an accessory. I didn't pull the trigger.
All right. So anyway,
but I did drive the getaway car. I did drive the getaway car.
So Planet X, I mean,
so a couple of things.
I kind of feel like we get this in the news every once in a while. Okay.
Here's my colleague who works just up on the 6th floor of the Row Center. My office is on the 5th floor, which is not where I am right now. I'm in a hotel in Los Angeles. Steve Soder, who, by the way, co-wrote the original Cosmos with Carl Sagan, and the first of my 2 Cosmoses. He co-wrote those, okay? Wow. Brilliant guy. Brilliant in history and science, and he's fundamentally a solar system guy. He wrote a research paper that demonstrated that the planets we now have, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, in their locations, is the maximum number of planets you can fit into the orbital space of this solar system. If you put another planet in of any size, Jupiter-like or otherwise, the gravitational fields of the other orbit.
God damn it! It's lagging again, kind of. I see it lag and then it stops lagging. It is annoying me. I don't know if it's annoying everybody else. It is annoying me. Anyways, here's a good point to make. We don't have an extra planet. We don't have one. We're not going to have one. You know how I know that? Because we don't have one. We don't have another Earth. None of these other planets in the fucking solar system are worth a damn in terms of survival. If survival would suck, and in fact be impossible on almost all of the planets in the solar system. Aside from Earth. Without Earth, survival on those planets would be impossible, right? Like, yeah, sure, maybe you could make it happen somewhere else, but you would need Earth. Like, you would constantly need to be bringing Earth supplies, like, all the time. And the closest planet is what? Mars? It's like 200. How many thousand miles? It's very far. It's very far away. Elon can't even successfully launch a fucking spaceship into space without it blowing up. Maybe focus on not ruining this planet. Just an idea. Alright, hold on. I'm going to try and solve the lag again. I don't know why it continues to be shitty. It's like it alternates. Like one stream it's good, the next stream it's bad. It continues repeating. It's a terrible cycle. One that I hope to solve at some point in the future. I feel like I've done a lot to try and solve it. All right. Now, astronomers captured the birth of planets around a baby sun outside of this solar system.
Astronomers have discovered seeds of rocky planets forming in the gas around a baby sun-like star, providing a peek into the start of our own solar system.
The thing that we've discovered is this T=0 moment, or the first moment where the building blocks that will go on to form terrestrial planets like the Earth, or maybe even the cores of Jupiter-like planets.
The observations offer a glimpse into the inner workings of an emerging planetary system.
So this is the first opportunity we have to look at what we think was a really critical stage of evolution in our own solar system's history. But this is kind of what we've been searching for a while.
NASA's Webb Space Telescope and the European Southern Observatory teamed up to unveil these early nuggets of planetary formation. In a cosmic first, scientists stared deep into the gas disk around the baby star and detected solid specks condensing signs of early planet formation. Scientists said that while research has looked at other gas disks with potential planet wannabes, there's been no specific evidence for the start of planet formation until now.
And this is one part of it, like to contribute to the bigger picture and trying to understand, are there Earth-like planets out there, or are we like so special that we might not expect?
There you go, getting a peek into the creation of planets. Incredible sight to behold. Giving scientists a bunch of galactic insight into how planets are formed. You want to go to Titan, okay? Okay. That seems fair. You know, you're allowed to want things like that. Okay. Let's go here. This is a sad piece of space news, I'm afraid. One man who made space history. Felix Baumgartner, daredevil, who paraglided from space down onto planet Earth, sadly passed away on Friday in a paragliding accident.
Daredevil Felix Baumgartner was killed yesterday in a paragliding accident. Now the first human being to break the sound barrier without a vehicle is being remembered for his many incredible feats. He's the man who went to the edge of space and jumped. Felix Baumgartner, known for death-defying stunts, killed in a motorized paragliding accident along the Italian coast yesterday. Local officials say the 56-year-old Austrian crashed into the side of a hotel pool. Known as Fearless Felix, Baumgartner gained international acclaim for his heart-pounding 24-mile jump from the edge of space, seen in these videos from sponsor Red Bull, the first skydiver to fall faster than the speed of sound.
So my plan is to climb out on that window washer crane and do a base jump from top of that building.
And that wasn't his only feat. In 1999, he set the world record for highest parachute jump from atop the Petronas Towers in Malaysia. In 2003, he flew across the English Channel in a wingsuit. Then in 2007, this stunning base jump from the 85-foot arm of the Christ the Redeemer statue in Brazil.
His longtime sponsor, Red Bull, is remembering him as a lovely person devoted to his family.
All right. Let's watch this in memory of Felix and his record-setting space antics.
I'm the guy who jumped from space. I wanted to be the first human outside of an aircraft breaking the sound barrier. I almost weigh twice the weight that I normally have, and it's very difficult to do a perfect exit. Do not over-rotate, because if I start over-rotating, there's no air that you can use to slow down.
Okay, Joe, I'm ready. Okay, here we go, Felix. I'm going over.
First 25 seconds, it looked like everything is under control. And after 34 seconds, I hit Mach 1, and I broke the speed of sound.
Was that him breaking it? Yeah.
That was our goal. I wanted to be the first human outside of an aircraft breaking the sound barrier. Because of the fact that a lot of those scientists said prior to the jump, you're gonna spin like crazy, and the other half said, we don't think anything is gonna happen. I was mentally prepared to spin, but I was hoping that I'm not gonna spin. Now, if you watch the next couple of seconds, you see at that moment, it slowly starts to spin. It's getting faster.
Damn, dude.
The problem is there's no protocol. There's nobody in the world telling you, listen, Felix, if this happens, you have to do this while the whole world is watching. Then I was trying to move my arms around a little bit, just maybe it does something, and then it stopped for a second, but now it starts getting the opposite direction, you know, and then it really ramps up. At that moment, it's not about breaking records anymore. At that moment, it's all about survival.
Speed 600 miles per hour.
There's only one
600
way
miles
for
per
the blood
hour.
to leave your skull, and that's through all the eyeballs. If that happens, you're gonna die. I had a Chi Whiz attached to my hand. The Chi Whiz is a device that it fires a drogue chute that pulls you out of that flat spin. That's why I put my hands in to trick that Chi Whiz. It's less Chi, and now the Chi Whiz senses, oh, less Chi, that means he's getting it under control. I turned around and I was stable as a rock. So when you look at my suit, the more you fight, the more depressurized the suit gets, and here you can already see the suit flapping. You look at the sky, it's blue now, so we went from black sky back to blue sky. If you look at the right corner, Luke was dropping some flares, and it gives me the perfect direction for the wind. Now this is a very important moment. Very first time after hours and hours inside that spacesuit that I'm breathing regular air.
There we go. Honestly, it's a fucking epic, an epic jump. And, you know, the dude, I mean, he certainly lived his life before dying. Gotta say, I mean, incredible stuff that he did. Breaking the sound barrier. Managing to, honestly, that's an incredibly dangerous feat. 600 miles per hour. Breaking the speed of sound. It's pretty fucking crazy. R.I.P. Felix. R.I.P. You are a space warrior. Okay, let's go on. Talk about some Earth earthly news. Start here. Some serious shit. In Brazil. Brazil's President Lula did a CNN interview, discussed Donald Trump's recent behavior. Of course, we've been talking about how Donald Trump decided to tariff Brazil by 50%. And it may be higher depending on if the BRICS, I think it's going to be 60% if you count the BRICS tariff. But the 50% was in response to the fact that Donald Trump's friend and dude who attempted a coup during the last election, Jair Bolsonaro, was indicted and is under investigation for that coup.
My exclusive interview with the president of Brazil and his response to President Trump threatening his country with 50% tariffs. This week, Washington launched an investigation into, quote, unfair trading practices. But the U.S. actually operates a trade surplus with Brazil, a massive one, in fact. Trump's case appears to be political score settling because he's focusing on what he calls a witch hunt against his friend, the former Brazilian president, Jair Bolsonaro, the so-called Trump of the tropics, who now faces charges for his alleged role in an attempted coup.
By the way, that letter is unhinged. I think we should read it. I think we should read this unhinged letter. I think it's pretty easy to find, if I recall correctly. Trump tariff letter to Brazil. Should get it. Let's see. Dear Brazil. Where is it? Oh God. Is it this one? I think it might be this one. So it's like a 2-pager. This one took 2 pages to get out. Okay, why is the picture not loading? That's not cool. Do it this way then. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. I'll just open this with a different program. Okay, I think this is the one. Oh my God, what is with the pixelation, dude? You're shitting me. God damn it. What in the fuck?
Illegal.
That's very annoying to me. Okay, I think it's this one. Did he put it on Truth Social? Yes. Okay, I found it. Okay, I can read it off of it. This is fine. This is off of Truth Social, I think. Here we go. His Excellency Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, President of the Federated Republic of Brazil. Brasilia. Dear Mr. President, I knew and dealt with former President Jair Bolsonaro and respected him greatly, as did most other leaders of countries. The way that Brazil has treated former President Bolsonaro, a capital H, highly capital R, capital L, respected leader, throughout the world, during his capital T term, including by the United States, is an international disgrace. This capital T trial should not be taking place. It is a capital W, capital H witch hunt that should end all caps immediately, due in part to Brazil's insidious attacks on capital F, capital E, free elections and the fundamental capital F, capital S, free speech rights of Americans, parentheses, as lately illustrated by Brazilian Supreme Court, which has issued hundreds of all caps secret and all caps unlawful censorship orders to the United States social media platforms, threatening them. Oh my God, this is... What happened to the closed parentheses? He started... Look, Donald Trump started with parentheses and then gave up on the parentheses and just went on this long, just rant. He forgot to close the parentheses. He's like, he just keeps going, comma, threatening them with millions of dollars. Millions of dollars in capital F fines and capital E evictions from the Brazilian social media market. Oh, there it is. I found it. There it is. Okay, that's the longest sidebar I've ever seen in one paragraph. Starting on August 1st, 2025, we will charge Brazil a tariff of 50% on any and all Brazilian products sent into the United States, separate from all sectoral tariffs. Goods transshipped to evade this 50% tariff will be subject to that even higher tariff. In addition, we have had years to discuss our trading relationship with Brazil. Even though I am president now for 6 months, we have concluded that we must move away from the long-standing and very unfair trade relationship engendered by Brazil's tariff and non-tariff policies and trade barriers. Our relationship has been, unfortunately, far from capital R reciprocal. Please understand that the 50% number is far less than what is needed to have the capital L, capital P, capital F level playing field. You must have your capital C country. And it is necessary to have this to rectify the grave injustices of the current regime. As you are aware, there will be no tariff in Brazil or companies on your country decide to build or manufacture product within the United States. And in fact, we will do everything possible to get approvals quickly, professionally, and routinely in a matter of weeks. So it's both because of Jair Bolsonaro and the supposed trade imbalances, even though the United States... So now he wants us... So I guess in this case, because we buy less from Brazil than Brazil buys from us, I guess that means that we're going to start buying a lot of Brazilian products? I'm not sure. It's not making a ton of sense.
The current president trying to overturn his 2022 election victory. But President Lula is no shrinking violet. He's a longtime heavyweight of global politics, and he told me he would not take this lying down. Mr. President, welcome back to our program. I want to ask you first, what does it feel like to be slapped with a 50% tariff by the United States, the world's biggest economy?
Well, Christian, for me, it was a surprise, not only the value of that tariff, but also how it was announced, the way it was announced. I think we're lacking a little bit of multilateralism on President Trump's mindset, and he knows that a problem of this sort, it is solved in a bargaining table, around the bargaining table. So what do we see? We were negotiating with the U.S. already for some months. My foreign affairs minister, the vice president of the Republic, which is also the Minister for Industry and Development and Commerce, were negotiating. And since March, we sent a proposal to the U.S. government. After 10 meetings, we sent a proposal on May the 7th, 16th, saying what we wanted and what was a possible first to reach an agreement. For our surprise, instead of a response to the letter that we sent.
Jesus Christ. My computer is fucking, oh my God. I have a program that just literally just stopped functioning all of a sudden. God damn it. God damn it. Okay, all right, there we go. I got it to quit. Sorry, I had to force quit this program that was malfunctioning. But yeah, Lula responding to Trump, calling him not the emperor of the world, pushing back on these unilateral tariffs that he's imposing. All right, let's get away from all that sad, boring stuff. Let's do some fun stuff in Scotland. To the Fringe Festival. CBS.
Each summer, one of the world's largest ticketed events takes place in Edinburgh, Scotland, third only to the Olympics and World Cup. With 3,800 shows and more than 50,000 performances over 3 weeks, the Fringe Festival has gone from, well, the fringe to front and center. It's helped launch mainstream shows like Baby Reindeer and Fleabag and boosted the careers of actors and comedians alike. We paid a visit to the Fringe Festival last summer as artists and fans flocked to see who and what may be next. Every August, Edinburgh transforms into a city of celebration, drawing more than 3 million people from around the world, honoring arts and culture. I'll tell you what we need. Across hundreds of stages.
Let's play normal.
From theater, comedy, and dance to exhibitions, even national pride. All are on display in one open access event. The Fringe Festival.
The mantra is to give anyone a stage and everyone a seat. It's so simple, isn't it? You know, but it's bloody hard to do. I bet.
Shauna McCarthy is the CEO of the Edinburgh Festival Fringe Society. What's now billed as the world's greatest platform for creative freedom didn't start that way.
The unconditional surrender of Japan.
In the wake of World War II, an arts festival celebrating cultural life began in Edinburgh. But when 8 theater troupes showed up uninvited, they weren't allowed to perform in the official festival. So they staged their own shows. And in 1947, the Edinburgh Festival Fringe was born.
Is there anything like this anywhere else?
I think the Fringe is unique. I think it's absolutely unique for 2 reasons. One, that it's entirely cross art form. You don't get selected or curated at the Fringe. It's like a platform, so anyone who wants to be part of it can be part of it. And it doesn't matter if you're just emerging in your career or if you're at the peak of your career. It's a level that has everyone involved.
There we go. Fringe Festival in Scotland. Celebrating the Fringe. Celebrating artists of all mediums, talents, and with an interesting and long history. Almost 100 years they've been doing that thing. And we're still getting lag. I'm upset. That's upsetting me. That is upsetting me. Some aspects of this goddamn stream are visual. And when the visual portion of the stream is doing stuff like this, I get upset. Ah, god damn it. I have no idea. I have no idea what to do at this point. Keep changing the bit rate. All right, now let's go here. In London, well, you could experience an old-timey London thing that doesn't exist anymore. That's right, 1930s tube train is back in service at the London Underground.
London's underground trains are iconic, but have you ever wondered what it was like to ride one nearly a century ago? This train next to me is from 1938, and yes, it still runs today. It's been fully restored and is taking passengers on special heritage journeys around London. And this year is packed with various transport milestones for the city. 25 years for Transport for London and 200 years since the first trains ran in the UK. The 1938 stock was groundbreaking at the time. It was the first tube train to hide all its electrical equipment beneath the floor, giving more space to passengers. Inside the train, it's all maquette-covered seats, Art Deco lighting, polished wood, and yes, back then, even smoke on board the train.
Can you still smoke on it? Unless, if you can't, that's not a truly vintage experience then. Well, there you go. London Underground, reintroducing trains from over 100 years ago. Giving people a chance to experience something very nostalgic. Speaking of the UK, Chelsea Football Club won the FIFA Club World Cup last week, and Donald Trump decided to make it all about himself. All sorts of rumors have been running around the internet about this. But first, let's go here. Let's break it down. Let's break it down.
Trump basically, I think it was at MetLife Stadium, unfortunately, well, maybe not unfortunately, because happy to have soccer there, but it is notable that MetLife is where the Giants and the Jets play, and the NFL says that they can't put real grass in the stadium for the NFL players, but they'll do it when FIFA comes around. But as an aside, Trump was there. Chelsea ended up winning this kind of like tournament, the Club World Cup trophy. And while they were on stage, Trump, walked in to a bunch of boos. That was, you could hear it audibly. And then he seemed to insist on being a part of the trophy presentation in a way that, like, we'll do the second shot, the close-up after that. One of the players seems to visibly say to him something like, "What are you still doing here?" I'll get the exact quote in just a second. But here's the trophy presentation, and you can see how Trump is being asked to leave multiple times and just refuses to.
It's not the FIFA World Cup, right? It's the FIFA Club World Cup. I know it's a different thing. It's clubs instead of countries. But it's still called the Club World. It's still called the World Cup, though. It's just a different one. Grandpa doesn't know where he is. Somebody help Grandpa get out of the picture.
They're trying to get him out now.
Okay, so in case you thought that those footballers wanted him there, someone got Reece James, who's the guy holding the trophy, the player, and they see him mouthing, "Are you gonna leave?" to Trump. If we could just pull this up. Are you gonna leave?
No,
and he doesn't, and he's just in the middle of the players. insisting on being
They
a
don't
part
want
of
him there. My cup too.
I've never seen a United States president do that in my life with any sporting event. Could you imagine?
Honestly, I think we watched Donald Trump as at the unveiling of this trophy. When was his name? Johnny, I forget his name. The FIFA commissioner guy brought the trophy to the United States because the World Cup games are gonna be held here. And Donald Trump was like, can I keep it? It's mine, right? I mean, he didn't exactly say it like that. He's like, look, maybe we should hold on to it, leave it in the White House. It looks really nice. It's a giant shining gold trophy. Donald Trump, he has some sort of a connection with this thing. He's obsessed with it.
They're like
People, there's so many strong guys around here. I just wanted to be part of it.
Oh my God! What happened to keeping politics out of sports? If Trump like elbows his,
I'm a strong guy. I would have gone pro. I've been a pro soccer player if I didn't have those nasty shin splints.
to the Super Bowl stage this year, I'm gonna throw a fit.
I have to say, hilarious. It would be funny if he fell as they were shaking the little platform there. But
yes,
he belongs up there as much as the owners do. Frankly, in my opinion, like that's the weird thing about all those things is it's usually like some old billionaire that also gets to be up there,
right,
with them. Like Trump is just standing in for that guy in that sense.
Well, he's a wannabe. Remember, he wanted to buy the Buffalo Bills back in the day, and that didn't work out. He's been
in the USFL.
He tried the USFL.
Yeah.
He's been like a lifelong.
Was the New Jersey Generals? Is that what it was?
I think it was. I'm not.
The New Jersey Tens.
It's a rare breed. That's what they call me. Anyway. I can say it.
I can say it. None of you else can say it. I can say it.
All right, let's. We mentioned this.
Okay. All right. There we go. Infantino. Thank you. Johnny Infantino. Thank you, Frisla. Thank you. All right. Now, there's been something of a buzz on social media. People claiming that the Chelsea Football Club erased Donald Trump from their celebratory photos. France 24 English, truth or fake? They are going to break it down for us.
Charlotte, good to have you with us. You are focusing tonight on recent developments in the world of football, specifically a rumour alleging that Chelsea edited Donald Trump out of their celebratory photo at the Club World Cup final. Tell us more.
Illegal. Yes, Sharon, the rumour comes after some accused Trump of crashing Chelsea's lifting of the 2025 FIFA Club World Cup trophy after the team's 3-0 win over Paris Saint-Germain. Now, normally the lifting of the trophy is a moment reserved for players and staff members of the winning team. But Trump did not leave the stage with Infantino, the FIFA president, as a standard procedure. Instead, he pretty much took front and centre. Now, to give our viewers some more context, I'd first like us to take a look at the video that captures that moment.
Damas y caballeros, el Chelsea Football Club de la Liga Premier, en una victoria histórica sobre el Paris Saint-Germain, es el campeón del primer Mundial de Clubes FIFA 2025.
So as we saw there, Infantino appears to usher Trump off the stage, or at least try.
He looks so incredibly out of place. Like it's like when he just salutes the flag while everybody else puts their hand over their hearts for the national anthem. In this same photo, he's clapping, everyone else is jumping up and down with excitement. Aside from Johnny, who's trying to get him the fuck off of the stage. Look at him. It's like reaching, like desperately reaching for Donald Trump, who's not paying any attention to him.
Es el campeón del primer Mundial de Clubes FIFA 2025.
He's like, hey,
so as we saw
Johnny.
there, Infantino
He sees Johnny reaching for him. He's like, hey, buddy. He waves. He's like, look, there's my buddy Johnny Infantino. Great guy. Great guy, Johnny. What's that, Johnny? You want to join us on the stage?
to usher Trump off the stage, or at
If
least
Joe Biden did this, the Republicans, we would have heard about Sleepy Joe for like the next 6 months. We've been like, remember when Sleepy Joe was on the stage and he thought that he was part of the Chelsea football club? That was weird. You want to vote for that guy? Sleepy, I don't know where I am, Joe.
And there's a little moment of confusion with the players before they finally lift the trophy. Now, Chelsea midfielder Cole Palmer later admitted that he was a bit confused by Trump's presence at those victory celebrations. Now, as you say, Sharon, in the days following the match, a rumour has surfaced online that Chelsea edited Trump out of those victory celebration photos. We can see one example of somebody who's taken to X to make this allegation. And as you can see here, two photos side by side. Trump is notably absent from the one on the left. Now, this user alleging that Trump refused to leave the stage even after they were practically pushing him away. So Chelsea photoshopped him out of their official trophy-raising photo. Now, this has amassed 2.7 million views. Another similar claim from someone here who is exclaiming, they erased him. And another person taking to X also dubbed this alleged erasing as Chelsea's subtle way of showing Trump was not welcome at the celebration. Another person who has spread this rumour online is Morgan J. Freeman. He's a filmmaker and prominent, he is a fervent Democrat. And he, again, has posted these two photos side by side with Trump absent on the left, Sharon.
So what is the truth then, Charlotte? Did Chelsea really edit Donald Trump out of that photo?
No, they did not. So the photo that I just showed you where Trump is apparently erased appears to have been generated using AI. And we believe that it originated from a user on Reddit. Now, very importantly, it was not shared by Chelsea's official accounts on social media. Now, if we do look at Chelsea's official account on the platform X, we can see with a still here of the video that we saw earlier, Trump is very much there. Trump also appears in photos shared by some of the players, such as this one here. What some people are picking up on, though, is the fact that on Chelsea's Instagram account and in other photos shared by the football club, Trump is taking a much less prominent position in the picture. You can see him here in this.
You can barely make him out. There's just a little corner of his head over here. Well, they didn't necessarily erase him from it, but they certainly didn't make Donald Trump prominent on Insta. Makes perfect sense. But Donald Trump has to try and make literally everything about him. That's the world that we live in right now. All right, let's go from talking football to talking French champagne. From France 24 English, talking about the loss of Paris Saint-Germain. To talking about whether or not champagne producers can ride out the U.S. tariffs.
US President Donald Trump's 30% tariffs are threatening to take the fizz out of the French champagne industry. Producers warn the levies will push up prices for consumers and threaten jobs along the supply chain, including in the United States. The US is the biggest market for champagne, with 10% of exports by volume, equivalent to 27 million to 30 million bottles per year. Maxime Toubard, chairman of industry group Comité Champagne, says 70% of champagne sales are concentrated in 5 countries. While he says tariffs should encourage producers to seek new markets, replacing US sales is not easy.
We can't just wipe out in a few days all the commercial work that has been done over 200 years. We can't just take our volumes to Asia or South America today. We have the ambition to continue to trade with the United States.
The tariffs, due to come in on August 1st, aren't the only threat. Climate change looms large for independent producers like Stéphane Vignon.
We already suffer enough from climate risks. Our finances are drained by this, and that is very bad news that will harm all the players in the market.
A small silver lining, he says, is boutique producers like him could grow their share in the US with more competitive prices and top quality.
Silver lining. Maybe we'll do better. Yeah, that might be overly optimistic, but hey, who's to say? But yeah, not just French champagne producers. A lot of people are under threat amidst this trade war Donald Trump is waging against everybody and anybody he can find. He's an insane person in charge of the world's largest economy. Okay, let's stay in France and go here. To some real Sunday Funday action. Gianmarco Ceresi doing some stand-up comedy in France, apparently. We've gone to Gianmarco a number of times. I feel like his takes on Palestine, and Judaism.
I am thrilled to be in
really help this guy sort of rocket into the stratosphere in his comedy career. Or I don't know about the stratosphere, but hey, he's on tour in France. That's got to mean something. Honestly, I haven't even watched this whole thing. I watched like 30 seconds of it. I was like, okay, we'll watch this. Let's watch this together. Are you not value-tained yet?
Are you not entertained? I am thrilled to be in Paris. I've been touring all around Europe, and on my last stop I was in Istanbul. I don't know if you know Turkey, there's a lot of cats there. And I was in the green room of the comedy club I was performing at, and I guess a wild cat came through the window. And I was like, meow. I kept meow, meow. And nothing. No registering it at all. And my opener, who was a local to Istanbul, he was like, well, you know, the cat can probably tell that you're not a cat. And I was like, sure, but if a cat said to me like, hello, I want to be like, no, don't even acknowledge it. I was like, I don't have all the nuances of the meow, but you know, he doesn't have to be a dick about it. And that's what it feels like saying bonjour to a French person. Right. But you don't want to be a fucking dick about it. I've had a great time here. I had a great time in Turkey. It was cool getting to see a preview of my country in 3 months. It's not true. We'll never have free healthcare in America. I mean, you guys politically are so different from America. You have a first lady who would have been the one visiting Epstein's island.
Illegal.
Okay. I know, there's nothing funny about a teacher hitting one of their students. I like it here. I want to come back. I do worry that I'm not necessarily made for Paris. I was walking down the street talking on my phone. Nice conversation with my girlfriend. I passed a guy drinking coffee. He said, "Shh, too loud." And I forget what I said. Something about choking your croissant, piece of shit. But it made me upset. And I was like stewing with it when suddenly another French guy came up and said, "Oh my God, Gianmarco, I'm a big fan." And I was like, "Oh, thank you, that's very nice." He said, "Yeah, but you're talking way too loud." You guys protest here? Come on! Okay, so give me some advice. What does America need to do? What do we borrow from you guys? Burn more stuff.
Burn more stuff.
That's one of the benefits they have a lot of smokers. You know? We need to start fighting the police for real. Have you fought the police? Yeah? And so what did you... Tell me more. Teach me.
Beating the fuck out of like the young protester, and it was really violent. The people and like the girl will attack.
Okay, when I go back, I'm gonna say, listen, you younger people, you need to get out there and fucking swing.
We see what happened with ice and what hurt you.
Okay. Why don't we? Well, I'm in France right now. I think some of us do to be fair, but do all your police have guns here? Yeah. You say I have guns. Okay, well, I hope you enjoyed my last show because I don't know how to deal with this, guys. Wait, so I heard some yeses, some no's, because some of your police, they just have this shit. Yeah, okay. And tasers. They all have guns. More and more. Okay, that's because you guys are getting better and better. Maybe that's why all our police have guns, because we were actually the best at protesting. I've been looking into getting my Italian citizenship, no reason why. But to do it, you have to find the physical birth certificate of whoever in your family is Italian. So I looked into getting the records of my great-grandpa, not a joke, my great-grandpa Luigi Ceresi. My great-grandpa Luigi and my great-grandma Dawn. Really? I had always been told when I was younger is that they moved from Italy to America, but I reached this records office in Sicily, and they told me that was incorrect. They said in the late 1930s, my great-grandparents moved from Italy to Argentina. I know! I could get German citizenship. This is my third time in Paris. When I graduated high school, I did like a backpacking trip around Europe.
All right, there we go. A little bit of Jean-Marco Ceresi stand-up in Paris. Killing it. Killing it. Also, apparently on this trip, finding out that his great-grandparents might have been doing some fashy stuff back in the day. Not 100%. It's not 100%. They could have gone to Argentina for all sorts of reasons. All right, let's go to the Middle East. We have some troubling things, of course, to talk about in the Middle East, because there's very few non-troubling things to talk about in the Middle East. It's just a fact. I think it's a fact. We all know this. But to start it off, since it's Sunday Fun Day, let's talk about a fun thing from the Middle East. Dubai chocolate, something that's taking over social media and the taste buds of people across the world.
Well, Dubai chocolate is taking over TikTok, a creamy, over-the-top treat that's become a viral sensation. And as CTV's Tyler Fleming reports, stores here in Ottawa now getting in on the trend.
And look at that. That telltale snap of the Dubai chocolate bar, Bilal Sirhan's top-selling treat at Juice Dudes on Bank Street.
It started as a trend in Dubai.
I still haven't tried
we were very...
I still haven't tried the Dubai chocolate. It looks so freaking good. Every time I see it, it just makes me want it more and more and more. Gotta find a way to get some Dubai chocolate on the goddamn space station. Swear to God.
Juice Dudes on Bank Street.
It started as a trend in Dubai, and we were very intrigued, and we did our homework on it, and eventually we, I think, did around 10 to 15 recipes until we have absolutely mastered it.
Creamy, green, and totally TikTok famous.
Oh my. Looks like Dubai.
Here it is.
What did I just see? That's too much.
That's too much, man!
What in the fuck is that?
Famous.
That is ridiculous. Dude, that is too much, buddy. That is a waste. Why would you do Why would you do this? This is too much, sir.
That's too much, man!
Here it is. It's very, very good.
Many Ottawa shops now selling the treat after it ballooned in popularity.
I love pistachios, and you add some chocolate in there. I mean, come on. How can it go wrong?
In recent years.
Like this.
Over at Pistachio Choco, they have their take on this confectionery too.
Every day, like different shape, like 100.
The flavors also inspiring other twists like these
God.
Dubai chocolate cookies and strawberry cups.
Okay, this is making me way too hungry. You should never have watched this at the end of the stream. Oh, God. It's not even the end of the stream, but towards this later half of the stream. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, now let's go from something great to something terrible. Goodbye, Dubai chocolate. Hello, more casualties in Gaza around these fucking travesties that we are calling aid centers run by the Gaza humanitarian farce by the United States military and the IDF, rather than any actual aid organization. And shockingly, atrocities keep happening. People keep getting slaughtered. Yeah. 2 days in a row, actually. France 24 English. From yesterday. Whoopsies, I just clicked past it.
Imam's daughter Kulud was just killed on her 17th birthday, pierced in the heart by shrapnel when Israeli forces bombed her tent in northern Gaza. Her mother says she had been dreaming of a piece of bread.
2 days ago when I was walking with her, she said, "Why don't we get martyred? Wouldn't that be better?" And I told her, "Don't say that. Why do you want to get martyred?"
That is
She
terrible.
said, "So I can go to heaven where I can eat everything like bananas, apples, and bread."
That is terrible. That is fucking terrible. Nobody should be talking like that. Oh my God. Maybe we should get martyred. That is such a depressing sentence.
She said, "So I can go to heaven where I can eat everything like bananas, apples, and bread."
Oh,
And she
God.
was not the only one to die hungry on Saturday. NASA Hospital received an influx of patients after Israeli troops opened fire on crowds of people waiting near 2 aid distribution sites, killing dozens.
We were surrounded by the occupation forces' tanks and quadcopters. And after we were surrounded, they started shooting at us randomly.
Monzer is a Jordanian citizen. His family of 8 has been stuck in Gaza for the duration of the war. He says his son was killed because he went to get food and drink.
To the Jordanian Foreign Ministry, since you're part of a sovereign state, why did you wait? I lost one of my children and you are waiting for me to lose more?
In a statement, the Israeli-backed US-run Gaza Humanitarian Foundation
In a statement, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation decided to pretend like they weren't directly responsible for the atrocity, even though all evidence points to their facilitation of these crimes and the IDF's carrying them out. So 30 people died yesterday, and then, or maybe that was 2 days ago technically now, and then yesterday, at least 73 fucking people died, once again, at an aid site. They are killing more people than they are feeding. This shit has gotten out of fucking control.
In Gaza, health authorities run by Hamas say that 88 people have been killed by Israeli gunfire across the territory. In the worst single incident, a UN aid convoy in northern Gaza was met by what it called a massive crowd of hungry civilians, who the UN says were shot at. The Israeli military said soldiers had fired warning shots to remove an immediate threat. It disputed the claim that 67 Palestinians had been killed. If correct,
they keep making these claims over and over, shooting warning shots. They are killing people. That's not a warning shot. You don't shoot somebody in the head and say that was just a warning shot.
This is ridiculous!
that figure would mark this as one of the bloodiest incidents yet in repeated violence as Palestinians search for food for their families. The BBC, like other international news organisations, is prevented from reporting from inside Gaza by Israel. So Yolande Nell sent this report from Jerusalem, and a warning, there are distressing images in her report.
Weak and hungry, but in the dangerous wasteland of northern Gaza, these men returned triumphant today with sacks of flour from the UN to feed their families. Tell the world, this man says, we got this flour by risking our lives, our blood. But dozens lost their lives, and even more were rushed in wounded to this Gaza City hospital. Short on all medical supplies, doctors called the scenes catastrophic. Witnesses described Israeli forces opening fire.
Illegal.
Yep, we know what's happening. These people are being set up for death. So systemic slaughtering of Palestinians using aid as a ruse to put them in the line of fire. Israel and the United States are carrying this out together on the ground. Okay, one more piece of Middle East news here. Let's go to Syria, where things are still very tense. But supposedly, at least for now, there is some pause in the fighting. Ceasefire potentially may have been reached in the last 24 hours. Here's the Associated Press from yesterday.
To prevent
the situation from sliding into a state of permanent conflict, a ceasefire was agreed, which includes understandings agreed upon by the mediators and the Syrian state to ensure the disengagement of current clashes and give political solutions a chance. Anyone who supports the Syrian state is our brother. Our target is al-Hijri, who killed the children, women, elderly people, the Bedouin, and burned them. Prisoners of war should not be killed. And he killed the POWs. Well, people seem to be blaming each other in this one. And hopefully we can just stop with this. I mean, I've been saying since the very beginning, or at least since the fall of Bashar al-Assad and the institution of an interim government, that things would get better here in Syria. But this is not better. This is just different. This is just different atrocities. There were already atrocities happening under the Bashar al-Assad government. Now we just have a different flavor of them. Okay. Now, let's go back to having some more fun. It's Sunday Fun Day, people, and so I try to line up as much valuetainment for all of you as possible. I think I did a halfway decent job here today. Got through all sorts of stuff that you can do, fun in the sun, historical discussions, dance, music, canals, and tracks of great epicness, wildlife stories, orcas sailing, climate change, environmentalism, wildlife, all sorts of varieties, dinosaurs, fruit, how we even have fruit on the planet. We learned about it. We learned that if dinosaurs didn't go extinct, we would never have had fruit. And that watermelon explodes. I mean, how many things? We talked about everything. Volcanoes, the swan upping, the royal swan count, whatever we're calling that, space news, all sorts of stuff. So I figured let's continue the fun with some more comedy from a man by the name of Sammy Obeid, a Palestinian American who we've gone to on multiple occasions for some laughs, some levity amidst all the atrocities that we are witnessing. It's good to be able to decompress amidst all of the terrible stuff. Cannot live purely on the terrible. You have to have something. Gotta have something outside that. All right, amuse us, funny man. Tell me jokes. Go, web, go.
I just sold my first movie script. Yeah. It's an Adam Sandler film. Hear me out. Okay. In this movie, Adam Sandler plays a Muslim. He plays a Muslim who's running for mayor of New York City. It's called Don't Mess with the Zoran.
Zoran Mamdani.
You guys know who Zoran Mamdani is? Zoran Mamdani won the Democratic primary for mayor of New York City, but you would think that he's already mayor the way that people are talking about him. It seems like people either love him or they hate him, but for the exact same reasons. I like that Zoran won because he's anti-establishment. He's making waves in the system. He is. And I like that. I also like that Mamdani won because he helped balance a couple things out for me. A couple weeks ago, I was finding myself agreeing with Marjorie Taylor Greene a little too much. And all I needed were her thoughts on something else to help remind me. 2 weeks ago, she was like, we gotta stop giving money to Israel, we gotta not have war with Iran. I was like, you preach, sister, right? I was like, God bless her, okay? About to get my MTG tattoo on my arm. And then Zoran wins, and she posts a picture of the Statue of Liberty in hijab, and I'm like, thank God. I was about to follow her. She retweeted somebody's photo of a Statue of Liberty with a hijab over it saying, this hits hard. Which is like, aside from being racist and Islamophobic, it's like, that actually would protect the statue from rust. You actually could use that. Have you seen Lady Liberty lately? She's looking a little crusty, to be honest. Like, not modest at all. Lady Liberty already has the dress all the way down to the feet. Like, just why not finish the job? Finish the hijab. Mamdani is divisive for a lot of reasons, and that's great. That's great. I love it. I love drama. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not even from New York City. I just like watching drama from a side. You know? Like, they can do whatever they want. That's their own experiment. People are like, oh, I don't want to experiment with one of the biggest cities in America. Like, have you been to New York City? It's already the world's biggest science experiment. So just let them cook. Yeah! Just so you know, I'm not a socialist, okay? Shut the fuck up. Let me finish. Boo! Everybody should be socialists in this room. Okay, that was a joke. Listen, they're here. Let me finish the joke, assholes, okay? So you know where I stand politically, okay? I'm not a socialist, and I'm also not Muslim, okay? I am a communist jihadist, and there is a difference, okay?
Illegal.
My God. Sammy Obeid, secret communist jihadist.
And there is a difference, okay? Or jihadi Marxist, that's the PC term. I prefer jihadi Marxist or Sharia comrade if you would like. Okay? You happy now? Okay, you happy now? It's funny because I have friends who are socialists, I have friends who are communists, I have friends who are democratic socialists, and like somebody booed me when I said I'm not a socialist, but if you're a socialist, I have communist friends who think you're a pussy. You know what I mean? So it's like, so just chill, like just, you know what I mean? Like, and then I have a lot of friends who are democratic socialists, and the communists are like, they're not helping the movement. So that's why I'm a jihadi Marxist. Nobody with me, okay? So that's where I stand. I just like that Zoran is creating waves. And it's insane to me how many far-right commentators, even some centrist personalities online, are just saying preposterous things about the potential of Zoran being mayor. Like there's people out there saying, once Zoran's mayor, he's gonna bring Sharia law to New York City. Which is hilarious. And aside just from being obviously racist, Islamophobic, and just ridiculous, people are like arguing back logically, like, no. No, he's not. I don't think he is. No. Like, you mother. Not only would that be unconstitutional and nobody's gonna like vote for that,
illegal.
It's just so insulting to just go straight there. You know what I mean? So what I'm saying is, when somebody says Zoran's gonna bring Sharia law to New York City, you should not be saying no, okay? When somebody says Zoran's gonna bring Sharia law to New York City, the proper response is Sharia law even that bad? You gotta back. You gotta back.
I love that. I kind of love that tactic. But tell me why Sharia law is so bad. Because also, I feel like most of the people who are making those claims also want Christian nationalism, theocracy in the United States. So I would love to hear them break that down for me. Okay. I figure we'd catch 5 minutes of Sammy Obeid's sketch. It's not a sketch. What's it called? Set. It's a comedy set. Now, Sammy is being recognized by all sorts of people. I don't know if it's true that he actually sold a movie. I'm fairly certain he didn't. Pretty sure that was a joke. But people are noticing those jokes. PBS NewsHour did an interest piece on Sammy Obeid's comedy career earlier this week. I think this came out on Tuesday. I've been holding it onto it all goddamn week. I just realized the volume was super low that whole time. Why didn't anybody mention that the volume was like unbearably quiet? Nobody mentioned this at all. Wow.
This is ridiculous!
Wow, guys. Nobody? I'm shocked.
Comedy has long been a way to bring a different, lighter lens to heavy topics. That holds true for Palestinian-American comedian Sammy Obeid, who has taken to the stage to spotlight the pain of the war in Gaza. Amna Nawaz has the story for our Arts and Culture series, Canvas.
Comedian Sammy Obeid has built his career tackling the tough stuff, from politics to war.
The night that Israel attacked Iran, there was a spike in pizza sales right next to the Pentagon.
The former high school math teacher even jokes about that.
America's ranked 33rd in math in the world. Japan had to count that for us. It's pretty bad.
I think once I started doing math jokes, it just seemed like I could pretty much make any painful subject very funny. And so I've never had a problem with that.
At Mama Aisha's, a Palestinian restaurant in Washington, D.C., Obaid said his work is often fueled by what others aren't saying or won't say.
There is certainly a void in stand-up on certain topics, specifically Palestine. The fact that that void is there is very motivating for me to be like, oh, if nobody's talking about it, I will. And I feel that way about any subject that people don't really touch.
The Palestinian-American comedian grew up in Northern California, where his interest in politics took root.
I love being Palestinian because it's the one identity you bring up and it's instantly controversial.
Growing up, I kind of I had to learn gradually that I was Palestinian because...
What do you mean?
Like, I don't think I asked what ethnicity I was to my parents until I was maybe like 10 or 11. My parents started inviting me to like pro-Palestine protests and vigils. So I became more aware of it in my 20s. And then I started stand-up. And at that point, it was already like kind of my identity.
He was drawn to the voices willing to lean into the uncomfortable.
I think the first one that really inspired me was Chris Rock. I watched a special of his when I was 15, and this is when I became tangentially aware of politics.
So when you white, the sky's the limit. When you black, the limit's the sky.
Just learning about what politics were and like what was going on in the world, and then seeing him make it funny, I was like, whoa, that's so cool.
Obaid first got national attention for a 1,000-day streak of consecutive comedy performances in 2013, culminating in a late-night booking on Conan.
Crazy, because I'm Palestinian and my roommate is Jewish, so we're always fighting over where his room starts and mine ends.
But millions of people have seen Obaid's work in a new surge of interest, fueled by his jokes about Palestine and a string of viral moments like this one.
Palestinians or the Gazans there voted for Hamas.
Let's say 80% of the voting population showed up. So that's 20% of the total population now. And 40%. What's 40% of 20%? Come on, you may not be on the side. You gotta be on the side of math, right? It's 8%. At most, 8% of the people living in Gaza voted for Hamas.
You detoured your show for an hour to engage with this person.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, because it was really hard to not address the elephant in the room, which was that she was making some very bold claims that were arguing against some of the basic premises that I was setting up for my jokes. And so I wasn't just gonna like let that sit there. I had to like say something.
Really, I treat comedy about Palestine like an illegal settler does land in the West Bank.
Illegal.
Like if I don't take this, someone else will.
You also joke sometimes about Palestinians having what you call a dark sense of humor.
Very much.
Is that true?
I still think people don't understand.
I gotta say, there's something, I don't even know what to call it. Like, I guess there's like some amount of catharsis wrapped up in this, but like, it is something to watch this guy be recognized like this, you know. I mean, we've been watching Sammy Obaid clips since really the very beginning of this stream, honestly. He's had some very, what's the word? Like prescient sort of takes that he's managed to also make very funny at the same time. And it's just great to watch, to see him, you know, being noticed. I mean, it's strange that PBS is doing this, but it's nice.
How dark of a sense of humor Republicans have, and how necessary it is for us to deal with what we see on a daily basis. Sometimes during my show, I'll tell a dark joke, and like people will be like, "Oh, you know, do I laugh at this?" And then I'm like, "Look at the Palestinians," and they look at the Palestinians, and they're just busting up laughing. I'm like, it's okay. Like, this is how we cope.
Say hi to everybody here.
His fans in Gaza are watching. One even FaceTimed in during his DC show.
We appreciate everything you do for Palestine and for Gaza.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Shukran.
But it's another fan in Gaza who Obaid says he's in touch with almost every day and whose family he's been helping after connecting online.
His house was bombed in November 2023, and him and his family of 18 who lived in that house had to evacuate. They recently had to evacuate from their tent, and so now they're living under a piece of nylon on the beach. Now they're just living day by day on the little food they have. I've watched him like grow thin. I mean, it's just, it's insane. It's insane that they are the lucky ones, and they are living a life that anyone here in America would go crazy just experiencing for one day.
That connection inspired Obaid to launch a platform called PAL Collective, allowing people to link with and support a family in Gaza however they can.
They can essentially be your adopted family. You can basically like talk to them on a daily basis, you know, send them money, whatever you feel comfortable doing. Or if you want to like provide like therapy services, or if you're like a doctor, you want to give free medical consultations, you can basically sign up to do that.
On stage, Obaid somehow continues to find a way to make light of dark topics.
I wish I could be telling people about A squared plus B squared equals C squared. But I'm out here trying to put out A's fire. I'm trying to put out B's fire. And that requires a C's fire. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Do you ever reach a point where you're like, okay, this is too much. There's no way to make people laugh about what's going on here?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely days where it's just so dark. What happens is so dark. The news that comes out of Gaza is so dark. But I will say, to be honest, like most things, I can kind of find a way to talk about it while also like making humor.
And that's a lot of pressure to try to make people laugh about very heavy topics.
I definitely have felt the toll from this just emotionally as a person. I have these people who come to my shows and will listen to what I say every night. And so I feel like I have my form of therapy. So as long as the world is functioning the way it is, you know, unfortunately, I'm going to have to be talking about it for a while. I would love it to stop immediately. But when it stops,
immediately, if not sooner,
you better believe I'll be doing math theorems.
Okay. Whoopsies, didn't mean to click that. Here we go. Sammy Obaid being recognized by PBS NewsHour for his comedy. Nice break from the absolutely most horrible things about Palestine. All right, we are making it through this stream. I think it's going to be 3 halves and done today, although technically got 2 extra free halves completely. With the Medi Jubilee debate. Hope no one's too sad about that. But technically, I think we've already been going for 9 hours straight. Okay, let's go to China.
China!
Talk about factories. So fully automated, they don't even need lights.
With lights dimmed and no workers in sight, this car factory in China uses hundreds of robots to churn out dozens of electric vehicles an hour, 24/7. This is a dark factory, an area of the plant so automated and with so little human presence that, in theory, the lights could be completely shut off. Factories like this one are part of China's bid to use hyper-automation to dominate the electric vehicle or EV market.
China.
But the furious trade war between Washington and Beijing raises a key question. Who is going to buy all these new cars? For decades, the abundance of cheap labour explained why China was seen as the world's factory floor. But the economy is changing.
The labor costs had been going up in China for many years. I think it happened faster than many people in the West expected. And so if you're a factory owner, you want to find a way to blunt the impact of that. And automation is one very obvious way.
Rapid advancements in robotization has helped create what is now known as dark factories.
在焊装车间有800多台机器人同时
I see your concern about the sound bites. Unfortunately, what I need to do is make it so that my board isn't touch sensitive, and it would make it much easier for me able to regulate that kind of thing. Unfortunately, it is touch unsensitive, and I think there's a way for me to adjust that. I just haven't done it. I need to work on that. It's like another thing I need to put on my list of things that I do need to work on. But it's just, you know, I've had so many different it's been a massive technological journey for us here, trying to get every bit of the stream functioning together, the animations. There's so much stuff happening, and yeah, you're right, I could do better. Add on top of it, I do like 5 streams a week, somewhere between 6 and 12 hours for, well, yeah, usually somewhere like 6 and 12 hours long. My productivity in some areas is lacking, but I appreciate the input. I gotta remember to do that. I remember to work on the soundbite loudness, but it changes. Each one has different levels, and also, the pads themselves have sensitivity, and I got to figure out a way to turn off the sensitivity so that there's less variance. So, you know, if I hit one too quiet, I hit one too hard. So, like I said, it's something I've been meaning to do more of, but I've been distracted. Shit, I gotta do subtitles. All right. In our welding workshop, there are more than 800 robots working simultaneously. Here we can achieve almost complete lights-out production.
This is Zeekr, a Chinese luxury EV maker founded in 2021, whose cars cost up to $125,000 apiece. In its flagship factory in northeastern China, the automaker can already produce up to 300,000 cars a year, or more than 800 cars a day. For comparison, Tesla has similar production levels, but it took more than a decade to achieve this volume. For Zeekr, robotization has a double advantage.
We also have to face the rising cost of personnel. We hope that automation will help us manufacture more products at a lower cost.
Some tasks still require a human touch, such as the meticulous assembly of the cables that run throughout the car. Workers also go into the factories to perform tasks like robot maintenance. The company's ambition is to keep automating, to deliver its cars to customers even faster. In China, Zeekr is not an outlier in automation. According to the International Federation of Robotics, in 2023, every other industrial robot installed in the world happened in China. The country's levels of robotization have grown 7-fold since 2015, when President Xi Jinping introduced a Made in China 2025 initiative to transform its image from the world's factory into an innovative manufacturing powerhouse.
The aims are to be able to produce more of what China needs at home and to get to a level of technological advancement where they don't need to rely on the US and Western countries anymore for inputs, or to reduce that reliance as much as possible, and even to be able to produce enough that they can export. And part of that was to have robotics play a larger role in the Chinese economy.
Some American automakers believe China's widening EV lead, boosted by cheap state loans and subsidies, poses an existential threat to the industry.
When you have a country like China, where much of the auto industry is increasingly automated, the sky is the limit in terms of what they can produce. And if that means a flood of EVs or other vehicles on global markets, that is going to have the effect of just pulling down prices. And that's going to hurt Western automakers that are trying to compete with these.
Unlike their Chinese rivals, companies like Ford and GM have scaled back ambitious EV expansion plans, hampered by high battery costs and the slow rollout of EV chargers. Staffing costs and labour laws in the West are another disadvantage the US faces.
China has
Disadvantage having labor laws. Is that what it is? Labor laws are the problem. I see. You sure it's not the profit motive? And the fact that the government doesn't pay people to buy cars? Because that is the case in China. China offers all sorts of things, from credits to actual like cash incentives to buy cars like these in the country. They've been internally growing a consumer economy by fiat, essentially. But it's working. And it's spurring growth in the economy and helping boost the production of these things, which is allowing them to then export those things to other countries as well. It's not labor laws, Wall Street Journal. Oh, it's the labor laws. That's what it is. There's a lot of labor laws around robotics. Not really. Okay, now let's go to Japan. News in both politics and business in Japan. Let's start with business. We've been talking about this potential merger between Canada's Couche-Tard and the 7i, the owner of 7-Eleven. Couche-Tard is like a grocer in Canada. And for a while there, a multi-billion-dollar merger deal was looking all but complete, but was canceled in recent days. Here is Reuters with that story.
A battle for control of the Japanese firm that owns 7-Eleven is at an end. Canadian retailer Alimentation Couche-Tard says it has dropped its $47 billion bid for 7&I. It cited a lack of constructive engagement by the firm as the reason.
Whoa, what's happening? What is this? Whoa.
7&I shares plunged close to 10% in early trade Thursday following the news. The surprise move ends what would have been the largest ever foreign takeover of a Japanese company. It was meant to create a global convenience store giant, combining 7-Eleven with Couche-Tard's own Circle K. The Canadian firm said directors at 7&I had engaged in a campaign of obfuscation and delay. It said that had been to the great detriment of the Japanese company's shareholders. 7&I responded that it was disappointed with Couche-Tard's decision and disagreed with some of the statements it made. The takeover had been seen as a test case for corporate Japan's willingness to entertain foreign bids. One analyst said it was very disappointing to see 7&I so reluctant to consider the idea. Couche-Tard said in March that it was willing to increase its offer even further if the Japanese side would cooperate.
I think it's a little ridiculous to suggest that 7&I just wasn't cooperating at all. I mean, they were at the table, they were negotiating for months. It just didn't go through. It happens. It happens. Anyway, honestly, I'm fine with this. I don't have a lot to say about this aside from I'm fine with not more mergers. I honestly prefer there being, if we're going to claim that we live in a free market system, we might as well have a little bit of competition out there. Rather than all these mega corporations. Not that a 7-Eleven's a small business by any means. Or Couche-Tard, for that matter. Okay, now let's talk Japanese politics. Elections were being held in the last day. I started off here, France 24.
For some insight, we can speak to Pierre-Antoine Donnet, the editor-in-chief of the quarterly Asia magazine. Hello, and thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us today.
Hello, that's with pleasure.
Can you just start off perhaps by describing what's at stake in this election? What are you keeping an eye on?
Well, the LDP has already lost majority in October not in the Senate, but the other. So if he also lose the majority in the upper house, then he will probably have to resign. So if he resigns, there will be another government.
And why has the LDP been losing support from voters? Why are people so unhappy with them?
By the way, LDP...
There are many reasons.
The LDP stands for the
main one
liberal...
is that prices of...
Excuse me, sir. Please shut up. The
food
I
is
said
right.
shut up, please, sir. Liberal Democratic Party is what the LDP stands for. It's basically the Lib Dems. It's the Democrats of Japan, basically.
The main one is that prices of food is rising all the time, and the salaries are just stagnating. So that's the main major of concern for the population. But also immigration is also a major factor. And we can see in Japan a return of populists who says, enough is enough, Japan first.
Can you talk a bit more about immigration in Japan? I mean, from what I understand, the
nationalism is really spreading right now. Japan first. Make Japan great again, Majiga.
Very few immigrants, and I'm curious, those immigrants are like. What countries do they come from? What kind of jobs they tend to have?
The thing is that Japan badly need foreigners to come to work because demography is going down very, very quickly. So the need is there. But many Japanese people are afraid that there are too many foreigners coming. And often they accuse them of, committing crimes and so forth. So
illegal
immigration is a major topic.
And where do people come from? Is it from other Asian countries, or kind of what? When we talk about immigrants, how different is their culture from Japanese culture?
Right, many of them comes from Korea, Taiwan, China, and some other from Sri Lanka. So there is still racism in parts of the population. Racism is year after year diminishing, but the racism is still there. But again, Japan needs foreigners to come.
Are there people in Japan who are fighting against that?
Okay, so yeah, anti-immigrant and nationalist sentiment bubbling up in Japan's political dynamics. People went to the polls yesterday, and the LDP suffered a loss in the upper house. Japanese Prime Minister Ishiba vowing to stay on after this bruising election defeat. Here's Reuters. This came out while we were streaming 45 minutes ago. I happened to notice this in my feed. Figured I'd throw this in here. I haven't even seen this yet. I did not know the result of the election until I saw this.
Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba vowed to remain in office on Monday after his ruling coalition suffered a bruising defeat in upper house elections the day prior.
I am not currently thinking of a deadline regarding how long I will continue.
アメリカの関税措置あるいは物価高への対応
As I mentioned earlier, we will do our utmost to find a way to resolve pressing issues such as the US tariff measures, rising prices, natural disasters that could happen tomorrow, and the most complex and challenging security environment of the post-war era.
と申し上げておるところでございます。
Ishiba's ruling coalition fell 3 seats short of the 50 it needed to ensure a majority in the upper chamber, in an election where half of the 248 seats there were up for grabs. In addition to economic anxiety over rising prices, particularly a jump in the cost of rice, Ishiba also appears to have been hurt at the ballot box by his lack of progress in tariff talks with Japan's biggest trading partner, the United States, ahead of a looming August 1st deadline. The leader of the main opposition party, Yoshihiko Noda, said on Sunday he is considering submitting a vote of non-confidence in the Ishiba administration, as the election results showed did not have voters' trust. And according to local media reports on Monday, some senior lawmakers in the embattled premier's own party were also quietly voicing doubts over whether he should stay. Analysts say Ishiba's days may be numbered, having also lost control of the more powerful lower house in elections last year, and shedding votes in Sunday's contest to opposition parties pledging to cut taxes.
Well, there we go. Prime Minister Ishiba and his LDP party losing the upper house after having lost the lower house in elections last year, now holding no majority in either house. Calls for his resignation coming from the opposition party leader. Real shakeup happening here in Japan right now. Oh, that's the latest we got on the Japanese elections. 2 videos left, people. 2 videos left. Great job for everyone who made it here to the penultimate video. I guess I could have left this in the US half, but felt like breaking it up. So let's go here, talk about iconic tiny Tokyo capsule homes going on display in New York City.
This was a radical experiment in urban living in Tokyo, in Japan. What we see is this miniaturized living interior, or an inhabitable capsule that is about...
Is that a goddamn tube television?
about 100 square feet large, and it was intended for people to be able to spend the night in Tokyo, especially if they were workers or salarymen, instead of commuting to the suburbs in the evening.
It's a good thing we're ending, because we're still lagging randomly, I'm noticing. This is so annoying. I don't understand why this keeps happening to us. There are many unique residents. Some of them were owners, some were renting. A community was created around this building, which had its own charm. Many creative people, of course, some architects as well, were around. I very much enjoyed the community and my capsule life. The business capsule. Okay, last story. This one's going to be all the way down in New Zealand, where a centuries-old discovery has been found in the waters off of New Zealand. Let's go here.
A 256-year-old anchor has been rediscovered after vanishing for 43 years. The anchor, lost by a French ship more than 250 years ago, had been found, by famous underwater treasure hunter Kelly Tarleton in 1982, but nobody had seen it since. This is significant, the anchor, because it is the earliest authenticated European artefact in the whole of New Zealand. Fiona Tarleton is Kelly Tarleton's daughter and is with me in the studio at the desk. Good morning, Fiona.
Good morning, Ryan.
You must be very delighted this thing's been found.
Yeah, it's actually been really thrilling for our family. We're excited about the connection with Dad from, it was 43 years ago that he located it. And in 1769, de Surville, this French explorer, at the same time as Captain Cook, he lost this anchor in Doubtless Bay up in the Bay of Islands, up in Northland. And so I'm looking forward to scuba diving it, hopefully in time with my son. But a lot of people have been looking for this anchor for many years. There's been Dad's friends, Dave Moran and Keith Gordon of the New Zealand Underwater Heritage Group, and with their First Encounters project. And so they've been looking for it. But we had this podcast of Kelly Tarleton's Final Treasure Hunt, and it was through that we finally found the Dad's coordinates, which had been lost for all this time. And so it's just been recently rediscovered or relocated.
How did your dad find it?
So Dad was really good at research. He always said sort of 1/10 diving, 9/10 research. And so first of all, actually in 1974, he found the first of de Surville's anchors, and which we donated to New Zealand. And so it's at the Te Papa foyer. So as you go into Te Papa, you see this huge anchor.
Oh, yes.
And so that's there. And then there's a second one found by a local man, Mike Beersley, and that's up at a museum in Kaitaia, Te Ahu Museum. And but this one recently found, was, I don't know, basically it took Dad quite a while to get back to it. He had other projects, so. But now there's all this international interest as well because of the history of this anchor from this very controversial French explorer. There's Rhodes Island University and other universities are very interested in the archaeological implications of the anchor because, it is so significant with it being, out of everything European in New Zealand, that is the very first anchor lost of the three. And so, it has big implications for an archaeological interest.
Well, there we go. People in New Zealand rediscovering quarter millennia old anchor after vanishing for decades. An anchor which marks the arrival of Europeans in New Zealand, which I guess has sort of complicated implications. Okay. Well, it would look like we got through another stream, chat. It was long and difficult, as usual, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. And it's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons: Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Galley Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Mono, Nadia, Jokey, Scouts, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchfork Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X. Whoa. That's not cool. That's not the whole list. Go back. No, you bastard. Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Sue Bates, and Icebreaker. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. I also am obligated, as is a Sunday fun day, to remind everybody of another group of contributors to the Galactic News Network, the Galactic Benefactors, second tier of Galactic Patreon subscribers. People who've taken it a little bit further than everybody else in their space patronage. Ahem, there we go. There we go, patrons. Let's go. Benefactors, I mean. Galactic Benefactors. Here they are. Who has gone above and beyond in their space contributions? PB certainly has done just that. Nadia, of course. Nadia Yvette Chambers, always here contributing to the Galactic News Network. Same thing for Momo Noah, not just a benefactor, but also a galactic mod. Robin, also contributing. Donald James X, long-standing galactic benefactor of greatness. Omega Star, Shirley. Who else we got? Mitty, galactic mod, galactic benefactor. Where are you, Mitty? I haven't seen you in days. Over a week, I think. Mrs. Jen. You too. I miss you. Where are you, Mrs. Jen? Disco Wolf. A K9 contributor. Narwhal by nature. One of our ocean-based benefactors. Mish. Thank you, Mish, for taking it one further step in your galactic philanthropy. Skelts, all the way in Australia, giving his galactic patronage, taking it up very, very much as far as you can take it. All right, people. That's it, I guess.